back. So please sit in the front seats. Can I please have all the debate teams to my furthest left? Team red? No team red. Okay.
hii ni siku ya pili ambayo tutaweza kujua mshindi na tutaweza kuona ni nani anayepewa huu wa Umoja wa Ulaya na vijana. Kama ilivyo ada, mnajua mada yetu. Mada yetu ilikuwa na pande mbili, pande mbili ambazo zinakinzana kutetea hoja zao kuhusu masuala ya either kujiajiri au kuajiriwa kunakupa wewe sustainability katika kipato cha fedha, yani either being employed or unemployed guarantees you a sustainable income. Kwa hiyo tumeona jana jinsi vijana wetu wamechuana, team rangi nyekundu, rangi ya blue, rangi ya njano na rangi ya kijani, na wawili timu mbili ambazo ni rangi ya nyekundu na rangi ya njano wakaibuka kidedea, ambao leo watakwenda kuchuana na tutapata kujua mshindi. Kama mlifuatilia kwenye mitandao ya kijamii, hasa kupitia mdau wetu au mdhamini wetu mkuu Media the Chanzo, mliweza kuona kutakuwa na donge nono kwa mshindi wa siku ya leo. Cha kwanza tunajua ni washindi wetu watakwenda lakini cha pili kutakuwa pia na donge nono lingine ambalo wadhamini watalisema hapo mbeleni. Lakini pia tumekuwa na majaji ambao wamefanya kazi kubwa kwa siku hizi mbili, lakini pia hapo mwanzo waliweza kuona jinsi washiriki walivyojikita katika mchuano huu na jinsi waliweza kutoa hoja, kujenga hoja na kutetea mada. Kwa hivyo tunao majaji mashuhuri, experts in their fields, who have conducted extensive analysis of the contestants and evaluated from the 4 teams yesterday to give us the 2 teams, Team Red and Team Yellow, that will go on a battle today to showcase who has it takes to present Tanzania and emerge as a winner of the EU Youth Debate 2025. So karibuni sana. Naona vijana wengi, naona mashule, vyuo, karibuni sana katika mdahalo huu. Ni sehemu pia ya kukutana na vijana zenu, kujenga hoja, kujenga mada, kujuana, kuwa na wakati mzuri. Tukianza mwaka huu 2025, tukianza vizuri kabisa. Kwa hiyo ningeomba makofi kwanza kwa wadhamini wetu ambao ni Moja Ulaya, The Chanzo, TCRO na the Youth Sounding Board. Wetu kwa uchache. Umoja wa Ulaya umekuwa Tanzania kwa muda mrefu ukishirikiana na serikali katika kuleta maendeleo kama mdau wa maendeleo, lakini pia TCRO amekuwa ni mdau wa kuendeleza midahalo hii ya kuhamasisha vijana kuleta suluhu katika maendeleo. Lakini pia The Chanzo, kama mnaifahamu The Chanzo ni media ambayo imeanzilishwa kwa ajili yetu sisi vijana na Watanzania kwa ujumla kueneza ajenda za maendeleo, lakini kutoa pia habari kwa ukamilifu kutoka chanzo. Lakini pia nikiwakilisha the Youth Sounding Board, ili baraza la vijana kwa Umoja wa Ulaya, sisi kazi yetu kubwa ni kumshauri balozi wa Umoja wa Ulaya hapa nchini Tanzania katika mambo ya sera na maendeleo, hasa kwenye nyanza ya vijana. Asanteni sana na hope mtaenjoy siku ya leo. Bila kupoteza wakati, ningependa kuanza ajenda yetu ya leo na nitatumia lugha zote mbili, Kiingereza na Kiswahili, ili kuwezesha nyote muelewe. We will start the day with our program as follows. Just to give you a recap of what went down yesterday and a couple of days before. So the EU Youth Debate Contest was founded last year at the end of 2024. And what happened was, from the EU and partner issued a call for participation of young people to engage in debate on the topic of having a sustainable income guarantees you, having a sustainable job or being an entrepreneur guarantees you sustainable income. So we had applications from over 400 plus young people all over Tanzania who registered to participate for the debate. Out of the 400 that registered, 100 were chosen, or 100 met the criteria to engage in the next phase of this debate. So katika 400 vijana 100 walichaguliwa kuengage kwenye debate hii. Au kuwa kujiajiri mwenyewe kuna kuwezesha wewe kupata kipato endelevu. Baada ya hapo, kati ya 56 majaji walichagua washiriki 20, top 20, ambao washiriki hawa 20 walikuwa waligawanywa katika team red, team green, team yellow and team blue. Na tulizingatia sana kama majaji, kama nilivyokuwa jaji wa hapo awali, tulizingatia sana usawa wa jinsia. Kwa hiyo tulihakikisha kwamba kuna usawa baina ya watoto wa kiume na watoto wa kike, au washiriki wa kiume na washiriki wa kike. Kwa hivyo mtaona hata leo hii na hapo jana mliona kulikuwa na usawa kabisa baina ya washiriki wa kiume na washiriki wa kike. Lakini kitu kingine pia tuliangalia ni usawa wa vyuo. Washiriki wengi walitoka vyuo mbalimbali nchini Tanzania, na kuwezesha usawa kabisa kuwa na representatives kutoka mikoa mbalimbali. Kwa hiyo hicho ni kitu ambacho pia tuliangalia. Top 20, wale top 20 walichuana jana kama mlivyoona, na pia mnaweza, kwa wale ambao hamkuweza kufika jana, mnaweza kufuatilia the chanzo kupata wasaa wa yale yaliyotokea hapo jana. Wale 20 walivyochujwa tukapata timu mbili ambazo ni team red na team yellow, ambao mtaona leo wakichuana na tutaona nani ataibuka kidedea. So that's a recap for the past ongoing debate contest. Without further ado, I would
I say EU, you say debate, EU. All right, good morning everyone. My name is Abinam Zava, the Programs Manager at the Tanzania Competitive Rhetoric Organization. I am really excited to be here today to witness the finals of the European Union Debate Youth Contest. I don't think a number of us appreciate that out of 500 applicants, we are here to witness the best 10 of them all. So can we just take some time to appreciate the top 10, the finalists of the European Union Youth Debate Contest? Okay, so before moving forward, I'd like to thank the European Union for supporting and funding this event. As TCRO, we do believe in promoting critical thinking through all spheres of life, and this is one aspect or avenue of achieving that. But secondly, I would like to thank the judges for coming far and wide. These are very experienced judges, of which I will read their bios in a few minutes. They are here to make sure that we have a sustainable outcome based on the debates. Lastly, I'd like to thank the debaters for their hard work and effort reaching thus far. So let me just take a bit of time just to read and introduce the judges to you today. We have 5 expert judges. Our first judge, who is the chief judge for today, is Dr. Barwani Mshale. Dr. Mshale is the Director of Learning and Strategy at Toyota East Africa, leading research, learning, monitoring, and evaluation work. He holds a PhD in Natural Resource Policy and Planning from the University of Michigan, and a master's in environmental science from Yale University. Barwani is a staunch human rights activist with a passion for contributing in balancing rural development and environmental conservation goals in the tropic. Baru is an active mountaineer. He's climbed Mount Kilimanjaro 9 times. I don't know if some of us can actually do that. A self-made chef, a self-made chef, social runner, recreational table tennis player, and an avid dancer. He is a former fierce youth debater with multiple national and international recognitions for outstanding oratorical skills. Sir, you're very much welcome today. The second person that I'd like to introduce is Ms. Zena Msonde. Where is she? Probably stepped out for a minute. Okay, great. Yeah, she is the CEO of Hashtag Tanzania Limited. Zena is applying her telecom legacy to spearhead initiatives that redefine the transportation landscape in Tanzania. Her leadership is characterized by commitment to innovation, a keen understanding of market trends, and unwavering focus on delivering cutting-edge solutions. So she's also very much welcome. The third judge I'd introduce is Mr. Ibrahim Zutu. He is a financial sector advisory. 1, 2, clapping, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, there we go. Mr. Ibrahim Zutu is a financial sector advisory expert as well as an entrepreneur. He's the head of advisory at the National Bank of Commerce. He specializes in strategic planning, financial inclusion, and known for his entrepreneurial mindset. Ibrahim leverages technology to drive impactful solutions. Sir, you're very much welcome today. The fourth person I'd like to introduce is Mr. Dominic Makifulufule, aka my boss, the executive director of the Tanzania Competitive Rhetoric Organization, also the head coach of the National Debate Team of Tanzania. Mr. Dominic spearheads TCRO's efforts in organizing some of East Africa's largest debate competitions, honing in over 2,000 students annually from across East Africa and the world. Specifically in 2018, TCRO hosted the Pan-African Universities Debate Championships right here in Tanzania, where we hosted over 400 university students. Dominic is committed to reshaping Tanzania's debate culture, using it as a platform to nurture critical thinking, public speaking, and global engagement amongst the youth. Very much welcome. Last judge I'd like to introduce for you today is Dr. Winnie Nguni. Dr. Winnie Nguni holds a Bachelor of Marketing from the University of Salaam, a Master's of Logistics from Molde University in Norway, but also holds a PhD in Agricultural Tourism Value Change Management from UDism and the University of Copenhagen. Dr. Winnie has worked with different organizations such as DANIDA, the Danish International Development Agency, the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, and the International Labour Organization. She consulted in project monitoring and evaluation, market research, business planning, supply and value chain analysis, and a facilitator of several marketing and logistics courses at the University of Dar es Salaam Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the presence of greatness, and we know that we are going to have a very exciting, engaging debate today. So I'm just going to run you quickly through the format for today. We're going to have 5 debaters. As we all know, debate has 2 sides, the affirmative side as well as the opposition side. 5 speakers who are going to be speaking interchangeably. After that, we're going to have drill questions, a very exciting session. We're going to see what that's all about, followed by questions from the audience. So this is how it's going to work. We are going to give the opportunity for the audience to ask questions to our debaters. But it's going to work in this following format. We're going to be giving you all sticky notes if you have a question based on what the speakers are going to be speaking today. So if you have a question, you simply raise your hand, and the ushers will be following to take your questions, of which we shall pick 4 questions. That is 2 questions for each team. So make sure that as the debate is flowing, if you have a question, kindly raise your hand, and our ushers will attend to you. Immediately after the question session by the audience, we shall have questions by the judges, followed by the last presentations from the team captains telling us why they should deserve to win the debate. So without wasting any time, let me invite the debaters. Are we ready? I can't hear. Are we ready? So let me take this time to invite the affirmative team, Team Yellow, to the stage. from Team Yellow, we have Jacqueline Malavanu from Muhimbili University. We have Twaha Mruma from the St. Augustine University of Tanzania. We have Vilius Kanyamuka from Muhimbili University. We have Denala Simdolo from the University of Dar es Salaam. And we have Diani Abdi Shabani from Tumaini University. Also, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this time to invite Team Opposition, Team Red. Introducing Team Red to you, we have Karen Ndika from the University of Dar es Salaam. We have Eric Josephat Kaja from Muhimbili University. We have Timoth Mbaga, also from Muhimbili University. We have Mary Kibiria from the University of Dar es Salaam. And lastly, we have Kija Faraja Maduhu from the University of Dar es Salaam. Participants, congratulations for making it thus far. As you know how the timing works, so I'm not going to repeat that. We're going to see if we can get mics for you guys during the quiz section. Otherwise, let me take this time to invite the first speaker from side. Oh, okay. All right, let me invite Dr. Barwani for some announcements.
Good morning. Tuko tayari eh? Nitangaze haya matangazo Kiswahili, Kiingereza? Kiswanglish? Eh? Au Sheng? Sheng ya Nairobi. Nikibonga Sheng ya Nairobi mtarada. Okay, so we have some small announcements, and I'll repeat them briefly in Kiswahili as well. That today we have a bigger audience compared to yesterday. And as you know, our debaters are very engaging and very confident, and you may wish to engage with them. But we kindly ask you to engage silently. So if they have impressed you with whatever that they have said, you can just do like this, silently. No clapping while they're delivering their arguments, no shouting, no booing of any kind. Try not to interrupt them. Being here, up here, is not easy. As you can see that I'm also shaking and trembling. Sasa hebu fikiria wao wako hapa wanakuja kuongea, halafu wanakuwa judged. Halafu tena mwanze kupiga makofi labda kuwashangilia, mnaweza mkawa distract. So tunaweza tukawa support kimya tu. Ile style wanasema ya kukimbiza mwizi kimya, au sio? Kwa hiyo let's do it that way, ili tuwape encouragement and our feel even more confident as they are making their submissions. All the best.
Thank you very much. All right, so let's invite the first speaker from side affirmative. Here.
Good morning. So, thinking outside the box, it's a very common phrase. And Nicholas Manetta said, those who do not think outside the box are easily contained inside the box. And I actually came with a box. This is a box. And he simply means that we should think outside the box. Now, what is inside the box? Inside the box, there is, just imagine you're inside the box. Inside the box, there is darkness. Where imagine when you're a baby and you're put in a, let's say you're a tiny baby and you're put inside this box. When you grow up, you'll be limited on the level that you can stand, the level that you can grow. Your eyes won't be able to adapt to the stimuli with the light because you're inside the box. So what is the box? Here, I've used the imagery of the box to show you that these are the regular jobs. Regular jobs are it's a structure that is built to show us there is only one way to success, and that is you graduate from university or whatever that you're doing, and then you get a job to be able to survive. But Deepak Chopra says that instead of thinking outside the box, get rid of the box. But we, Team Affirmative, we don't say that we should get rid of the box. I'm actually going to. So we don't say get rid of the box. What we're trying to say is think outside the box. What is outside the box? Outside the box, there is self-owned businesses, alternatives to what we already have that we can capitalize with the skills that we have, we can capitalize with the resources that we have to gain a sustainable income. Because only 5.7% of graduates every single year are the ones that get hired in regular jobs. What about the 94.3%? And these 5.7% start on a minimum wage of 40,000 Tanzanian shillings to 400 Tanzanian shillings. And this, imagine 40,000 and you still get taxes cutouts, you get corporation cutouts, and we are actually addressing for the youth. We're addressing for the more than 60% of the Tanzanian population here. And the government itself has declared that they advise the youth to have self-owned businesses. And so as that as my introduction, I'm going to give you the definition of a number of terms here that our motion stands on. Regular jobs is a type of employment where a person is hired by a public or private company or organization to work on a regular basis, usually on a fixed schedule and benefits. Guarantee is a form of assurance that a certain condition will be fulfilled. More and than I use as comparative adjective again as a comparative adjective. Sustainable income is meant to show an income that is maintained for a long period of time and has a greater potential of growth, but does not mean it has no risks. But also self-owned businesses mean that a business that a single individual or a group is a sole proprietor. For example, examples of self-owned businesses are like Nala, Waga, Safiri, Niajiri, Nyamachoma Festival, Mkononi, Saratani Yai, Mkanda Salaam, I can go on and on. So this is to say, the motion today states that self-owned businesses guarantee a more sustainable income than regular jobs. And we define it as a business where a single individual or a group of a group is a sole proprietor assures that money received on a regular basis can be maintained at a high level with limitless potential for growth as compared to being hired in a public or private sector. And we are going, as the team proposition, as the first speaker of the team proposition, I'm going to give the outline of what we're going to do and the first point, but the second speaker is going to tell you about income flexibility, and the third speaker is going to tell about market adaptation, the fourth speaker is going to tell you about generational wealth, the fifth speaker is going to give you a summary and fact check the opposition with the things that they will come up with. We expect the opposition to come to tell us how they're going to attain sustainability with the existence of the limitness in growth in their side. And we know that they will come up with points that there is more risk, there are more benefits like the insurance, but I want to tell about CHF, which is an insurance whereby you can pay 30,000 and it covers 6 people for the low income people. And my point is the multiplier effect. Self-owned businesses have a potential for a multiplier effect. I'm going to give you an example of Mkononi, a famous B2B pharmaceutical company which was started in 2020 by 4 medical students who started as a Daktari Mkononi, but then because it served the purpose, it made them want more. And then right now, Mkononi is worth 3 million. And this is why Leonard says that the rich remain rich and the poor remain poor, because when you're rich, you want to earn more. But when you're poor, you have a fixed income, you want to stay there. Thank you.
We thank that speaker for that speech. For the benefit of the audience, the motion debated today is having a business guarantees a more sustainable income than a regular job. Kujadili ni bora kuliko kuajiriwa. Without wasting any time, let's invite the first speaker from side opposition. Here.
Good morning, everyone. Can I get the 30 seconds for shout out again? Okay. I just want to extend my gratitude to the EU organizing committee as well as the judges. I am very passionate about debating as the chairperson of the UDism Debate Society. So seeing environments such as these make me so happy. Thank you to my team. You guys make me so proud. I hope I could make you proud as well. Okay, let's have a great debate. I'll start. The box that side affirmative is telling us to think out of, that's the same box that gives you food to eat. That's the same box that helps you to get water to drink. And that is the exact same box that helps you to survive. We don't necessarily regret this box. We tell you that at the end of the day, as long as I am able to satisfy my living expenses, I would rather be in this box than go outside only to be faced with danger. But what do we tell you today, okay? Let me quote Warren Buffett. He says that, this is a famous investor in the American space. He says that, do not be fooled by the glamour of risk when the wisdom of security has already paved the way. What does this mean? When you're at a crossroad, right, and there are two ways that you are supposed to go. One way looks like the Tanzanite Bridge, very firm, and many people have passed by it over the years. And another way is that just a single rope, right? This rope might look exciting and it might look cool, but when you step on that rope, it's so easy for you to fall and break your limbs, and actually you might just die as well. So what do we tell you? We tell you that according to the economic context of Tanzania, you're at a better position to become an employed person than you are to become a business owner. So, the winner of this debate, ladies and gentlemen, is a person who necessarily proves that their side not only ensures profitability, but ensures sustainability. The winner of this debate today does not prove profitability, because if I have 1 million today, only to lose it tomorrow, then what purpose does that serve me? We tell you that 1 million needs to accumulate over the months so that I could be able to sustain my life, pay my rent, provide food for the family, right? Okay. What am I going to do for you today? I'm going to define key terms. I'm going to rebut on what side affirmative has said, tell you the main problem of the motion, and tell you our arguments. We tell you that we believe in the fact that sustainable income, the conditionalities for this are consistency and adequacy. What does consistency mean? It means having a constant flow of cash. It means planning your expenses before the month ends, because you know that you are assured of this factor that you're going to get at the end of the month. We tell you that these guys are trying to glamorize risk, but the reality is not so. Risk is not so glamorous when you have rent to pay at the end of the month. It is not so glamorous when you have kids that you have to take to school, and the school does not understand if you didn't make income in that particular month because you're a business owner. Let's get into the burdens of proof for this side. This affirmative has to tell us that if all youth here, all of you guys here, decide to become entrepreneurs today, will they be able to maintain the market influx and absorb income and be able to deal with how that will cause income stability? And number two, if we achieve both sustainability and profit on our side, why should we focus and why should we even consider their side in the first place? And number three, they need to prove to us that regular jobs fail to provide long-term financial stability. Now let me get into my arguments, right? Our arguments are simple. A regular job is better because it provides protection to the employees, it ensures job security through protections. Number three, it enables work-life balance. And number four, it helps in diversification in terms of skills and multiple income streams. We tell you that a regular job is a prerequisite to attaining sustainable income in the first place. You see, a lot of people get into businesses because they have sources of income from their employment. We have wonderful examples here. We have our wonderful lecturer here who is also doing business on the side. This is because she has that constant flow of income that she could pull into her business, considering the fact that businesses require you to leave money constantly flowing within it so that it can grow, right? Okay, let me get into my argument. Diversification into multiple income streams. We tell you that the fixed salary that you get from your regular job allows you to plan out your expenses, hence setting out money that you can use aside to invest. We tell you this is a very good thing because you can invest in forms of passive income such as stock. We tell you can invest in bonds, and you can leave your money to grow. But when it comes to a person who is a business owner, they constantly depend on the flow of income, so they can't necessarily put a lot of money into other systems systems, because once that other income stream fails, it causes a domino effect, and therefore their business also fails at the end of the day. We tell you that the impact of this is so great, because now we not only attain sustainability, but we also generate more income, so we also gain profit. So we don't really necessarily see why we need to believe them, right? I finish with the quote from Simon Sinek: security is not the enemy of ambition. It is what allows ambition to thrive. Thank you.
We thank that speaker for that speech. We invite the second speaker from side, affirmative. Here.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the main foundations of the many nations' economy in the world is from the people who are owning their own business. And these people support many of the countries in the world because of paying taxes and establishment of other sources of income, because they do get a lot of profit from the business they are owning. My name is Velius Julius, and I'm going to tell you why you should think outside of the box and not get rid of the box or to stay within the box. So people owning their own businesses have got high probability of having sustainable income than people who are employed to a certain institution or a certain organization. And according to the statistics from the World Bank, it shows that almost 68% of most of the countries in East Africa are contributed by the people who owns their own business. Talking about the points or highlights that the side from opposition said, I've tried to say that when you talk about sustainability, guys, we are not talking about survival. The income or the salary you are getting from the employment enables you to survive and not about sustainability. Our definition of sustainability have highlighted that there must be consistent and significant growth. As you know that life expenses increase. So if life expenses increase, there is no probability that your employer is going to increase the salary. There is no. So my point is, when a person establishes his or her own business, there is high probability of having an income flexibility. Income flexibility, I mean that self-employed business owners have got ability to adjust how they earn, spend, and allocate their income based on their business performance, market condition, and personal needs. Unlike the employees who have got fixed wages, as you know that fixed amount of money always solves fixed problems. Both employees and business owners can be flexible in their income, but business owners have got high chances of being flexible. This is evidenced by some examples. For example, there is Nyamachoma festivals that was established by Carol Ndos in 2011 in Dar es Salaam, that initially intended at annual gathering, but this moment, this one has extended to different regions like Arusha, Dodoma, and Mwanza, and this provides income growth that leads to sustainable income. But also, sustainable, when you talk about sustainable income, that's the income that even you can pass in next generation. Taking an example of Metro Group, Mohammed Enterprises Tanzania Limited. This company was initiated by the father of Mo Dewji. But at this moment, this group has moved to the next generation, and that's what we call sustainability. Thank you.
Thank the speaker for that speech. Reminder to the audience, kama mna maswali, please raise your hands. We'll take the questions later on. We'll take them as the debate is going. Let's invite the second speaker from side opposition.
Ladies and gentlemen, while the value of entrepreneurship is undeniable, for many individuals, a stable employment pathway is not just a viable option, but a crucial necessity for building a secure livelihood, contributing meaningfully to the economy, offering a predictable income, stream that allows for personal planning and stability. My name is Eric Josephat, and I'm here before you to strongly say that having a regular job guarantees a sustainable income than having your own business. I'll first rebut on what the former speaker said. He talked of taxes, but we have in Tanzania pay as you earn for regular jobs who work in the formal sector, but also you did not show us the percentage to prove that it is true that the entrepreneurs are the ones who are contributing very much to taxes in the country or worldwide. I'll move on by presenting my argument. And my argument to support that regular jobs promote sustainability, that having a regular job guarantees a job security. Guys, if you are employed, particularly the nurse or a doctor, there's no chance that you will wake up and find that you are fired. It's not possible. We have laws in the country. For example, under the Employment and Labor Relations Act of 2004, it protects the worker's right and gives that an employer should give a notice. If it's a monthly paid individual, then it should be given a notice 28 days before being fired. What does this bring about? Job security, knowing that for this whole year I'm not going to be fired, I'll be paid every day monthly. This brings about income predictability. Means, you know, this month I'll earn this money, and there's no way that anyone will take it away from me, because that's job security. But if you're a food vendor, if you are selling, we call them the machingas in Swahili language, you are not even sure. You may wake up today, maybe you are selling, you find someone has stolen your sufurias. If you are a food vendor, there is no way. Or maybe you have lost your capital. How are you going to start again? That's the end of you, even and it becomes an overnight process. Then I will also say that, how are this now, okay, how are this income predictability bring about sustainable income? When you are sure of your money, you can predict your income. This brings about risk mitigation, meaning that you can avoid risks, knowing that I have this money, so there are things I shouldn't do. There are things that are important I shouldn't make, because I know my income. I know what it means. And I'm sure that nobody takes it away from me. Talking of risk mitigation, guys, you bring about sustainable income. Thank you.
We thank that speaker for that speech. Now we'd like to invite the third speaker from side of affirmative. Here.
Hi everyone. It's a good morning to see you here again. And today we're speaking about if a business or a regular job can give you a sustainable income. So I can add on to what my former speaker said, because when you have a business, you can adapt to how the market changes. You can change your prices according to how much you want to get per month or annually. But when you're in a regular job, you cannot adjust your income just to meet your needs. And I'm going to also to rebut to the former speaker from the opposition side, who said that when you're in a regular job, when you're about to be fired, you're being given maybe 28 days notice before being fired. That's true, but how many times do you have to be fired until you're proven like you cannot work at any place? You see? So, for example, when you're working in a government position, when you're fired, there is no chance for you to go and work at any other position in the government sectors. And this takes me to my point. My point is market adaptability. We all know that demand and supply changes each and every day. There are tax regulations changing every day. Prices for transport change. Some commissions add up. And all this causes fluctuations that the people in regular jobs cannot adapt. So let's take an example of the sugar and bar soap prices. We all know from 2019 up to this year, 2025, up. According to Mwananchi newspaper on 24th January 2024, they say that the average price of sugar for Tanzania has to be 3,200, and this is compared to 2019, where the price was 2,600. We all see that business people still get their profits. You can say that transport has changed, taxes have changed, so we're also going to adjust prices. But people in the regular jobs, they cannot tell their employers that this income cannot accommodate my needs. So please raise up my income for regular job. So from here we can see that having your own business guarantees sustainability, because when the market changes and you also change. They've also said that there is a chance for failure in businesses. Let me tell you. Let's take an example of Madam Zena's business, Hashtag. Hashtag, once they lost their equipment, they lost their computers, they lost their vehicles. But see now, Hashtag is a big company. So we can see that there is a chance of sustainability in business than having a regular job. Thank you.
Thank that speaker for that fine speech. We'd now like to invite the speaker from side opposition.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. First, I'm going to rebuttal the first speaker from the affirmative side. They say that these regular jobs have got limited growth, but how can you take account to a person who's a teacher, a mere teacher, like let's say for class 1, and now he has become the headmaster? How do you take that it's not a growth? So actually they're telling a lie that in regular job there's a limited growth. Actually, we grow according to the time. And my first speaker said about diversification. If you diversify your skills, it's technically you're going to increase your growth. I'm going to oppose the motion by the following point. My point is regular jobs provides social security and legal protection. In regular jobs, there's a lot of benefits. For example, medical insurances, pension, and other social security contribution. For example, in Tanzania, we have NSSF and the PSSF, the National Social Security Fund and Public Service Security Fund. This ensures that if an employee will finish his or her job at a retirement age, he or she is going to get the pension. But if you compare to entrepreneurs, they don't have this thing. For example, in Nigeria, a study was taken that 85% of the small and middle enterprises in Nigeria, they don't have a well-cleared, structured plan for their future in terms of pension path and also for the medical insurance. That's why most of them come into crisis when there's a market fluctuation. For example, the World Bank stated that over 80% of these small and middle enterprises fails after three years. So how can you tell us, how can you convince us to come to your side that after every 3 years you're going to fall down? Actually, if you take account and become, let's say, an employee to a certain company, you ensure your sustainability. And when you come to the International Labour Organization, this have defined social security that it's not just about the cost. When we talk about social security, we don't mean about how much you're going to secure your finance, but also it's an investment in human dignity and social stability and also economic growth. So if you are secured in what you do, you receive your salary at every month. It means that you're going to plan for your future, you're going to invest for the future, and actually you are going technically to grow. So regular jobs offer growth potential. Regular jobs enable the employees to diversify in a lot of skills, and also regular jobs offers development. And actually, if you're employed in a certain company, by the benefits and allowance that you get, you're actually going to have a higher productivity because you're going to work without the mental health problems. There's no, take an example to the Kariakor crisis. Actually, the owner of those buildings actually are the one who went to the mental health problem. But those who are being hired, actually, they're actually okay compared to the people who are actually own those businesses. And also, regular jobs enable an employee to reduce and set a bad example in healthy issues. Thank you.
We thank that speaker for that fine speech. We'd now like to invite the fourth speaker from side affirmative. Here.
One day, Socrates went to the market at noon while lighting the torch. After reaching there, many of people were staring at him. But some of them went and asked him, "Why are you walking torchlight at noon?" What Socrates answered is that many of the people are educated, but just a few of them have a light mindset. So for today, I'll be your Socrates for the time lapse of 3 minutes. They said we have to prove, so as to win this debate, we have to prove beyond the truth of sustainability and not comfortability. We define sustainability as what you could create and what you could earn in person's existence and in person's absence, of which this can definitely be found to a person who is self-employed. Dear judges, I, Johan Broma, will take you to the fourth argument of the opposition, of the affirmative side. Having a self-employment helps you to generate a generational wealth. The only thing which can be sustainable is the thing which can feed you today, your family tomorrow, and the coming generation. Let's take a good example of the Nail Enterprise, the company of Dr. Winnie Nguni, the judge here. One of their mission goal is that they want to transform their enterprise to their generational family. They want to transform that enterprise to the sons and daughters, to the grandchilds, to the great-grandchildren, and so many others. And by the way, you have many examples of the companies which were started by the people, but right now they are not there, but they still exist. We have IPP Media, we have Metal of Mohammed Dewji, you just mentioned it. We have Tashrif Express, we have like globally have KFC. All of this you can never find it to the person who have a regular job. Maybe unless if you can prove to me beyond the reasonable doubt that is it possible for Dr. Winnie Nguni today to go after, during her retirement period, to go and meet her employee and tell her that she wants the position of the Directorate of the Innovation to be taken by her daughter. If you can prove me that, then I'm with you. Dear honorable judges, audience, and our delightful team Red, the importance of this argument given by your today's Socrates is that it demonstrates the realistic of sustainability and a sustainable income. If what you earn or if what you do sustains you in a predictable and a limited time, we can never refer it as a guarantee of a sustainable income. Thank you.
Thank that speaker for that speech. We'd now like to invite the fifth speaker from side affirmative. Oh wait, so sorry. The fourth speaker from side opposition.
So I would like to remind the affirmation side that there is something known as COLA. And COLA, it refers to as a cost of living adjustment, which is the changes in the salary based on the cost of living in a specific area, ensuring that employees maintain their purchasing power despite inflation so that this can be sustainable. So my good name is Mary Kibira, they are from opposition side, and I'm going to talk about work-life balance. So what does that mean when I say work-life balance? Work-life balance is the balance between the time that is spent by that particular individual in the work versus time that is spent by a particular individual in other activities, in the families, in other issues in the environment. So regular jobs offers fixed working hours, but apart from fixed hours, there is also paid leaves. There is also maternity leave. There is also paternity leaves that ensures an employee having the happiness, but also increase the efficiency in the company, but also increase his or her productivity. By saying that, I would like to give you an example, and it's a real example. So there is 84 days that are given to the woman after birth. So how does it look like? It increases productivity to her, but also it increases efficiency in the company. This helps to increase individual productivity, as what I said. So I would like to conclude that sustainable income is not measured by consistency and reliability, but also social and ethical responsibility. And in the income you get, if the income you get harms the society around you, it's not sustainable, but it's only profitable. And since family, it's a core factor of the society. So it means that if your income that you're getting, it's harming you, or you are not having the enough time to spend with your family, you're not having the enough time to spend with your children, so that is not sustainable, but it's only profitable. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, speaker, for that speech. Halifa, can everyone see Halifa? Yes. Kwa kama na maswali, please write them down and please give it to Halifa. The deadline of asking your questions or writing down your questions is the 5th speakers. After that, we shall be not taking any questions. All right. Would like to invite the 5th speaker from side affirmative.
I'll use this. I'll start on my next word. So what does Jacqueline tell you? Jacqueline tells you to think outside the box. Then you have Karen here who tells you that, oh, we can't think outside the box because we want to survive. That is the problematic thinking that we get when it comes to opposition side, the survival mindset. Now, when Jackie tells you that you cannot grow a sustainable income because you're capitalized in this box, therefore you cannot maneuver, what does that tell you? That tells you that immediately you need to go outside, you need to break those barriers. But they're satisfied because they're saying, oh, well, at least I can take care of myself today. That is not a sustainable income, right? A sustainable income is that long-term income, right? The income that doesn't die with you. Velios comes and tells you that sustainability is not survival. Sustainability also, she tells you that it doesn't mean free from risk. So therefore, everything that she's rebutting doesn't make any sense. But also, she comes here and talks about how we as entrepreneurs glamorize risk, but we tell you that risk exists on both sides. And it's actually problematic because the fact that opposition is denying that risks don't exist on their side is very wrong, to be honest. Because again, when it comes to jobs, you can also face things like, again, getting laid off and things of that nature, right? Going on to the next thing, she talks about the person who achieves profitability is the person who achieves a sustainable income. That doesn't make any sense because the question is very clear. It doesn't matter what you make today when it is a long-term income, right? So throughout time, whatever you make is what guarantees a sustainable income. Lastly, she talks about things in regards to investment and stocks. Investment and stocks, right? Kwamba a regular job, so what we tell you is that a regular job does have minimum wage. We have our speaker tells you how laws that are put in place, like this one in the second schedule, it tells you how minimum wage is 40,000 for the bare individual. How are you able to put 40,000 into investment and stocks? Is that that doesn't represent the regular jobs that we have in Tanzania. Furthermore, let's talk about the second speaker who comes here and tells us, again, he concedes that entrepreneurship, we have higher earnings. But he also talks about necessity, right? So what is the current necessity in this status quo? The necessity is jobs. There are no jobs. And the mechanisms that are trying to, again, perpetuate, it doesn't give us a solution to these things that, again, to these things that are present. Again, no jobs. Furthermore, the third speaker says that you can grow your income and things of that nature. But ladies and gentlemen, in 5 years, we've had stagnations. There has been no, I guess, no growth per se. So I don't know how they're trying to imply that. They talked about things in regards to failure and all these things. We think that this is not necessarily a problem because when it comes to entrepreneurship, failure allows you to learn what to do different. How does failure look like on their end, right? Failure looks like you being relieved from your job. You fail to do your job, you get fired. We fail, we learn that next time we need to pivot, adapt, and find new ways to solve the challenges that we face this time. Now, going back into our arguments, right? We'll not go into the history of jobs and how they're started, but it is crucial to note that traditional jobs were designed to serve the rich, blue collar or white collar. The reality of these jobs is that they're structured to sustain a lifestyle that is desired for the wealthy. For the mere citizen, this does the opposite, right? Regular jobs take away from your choice, your freedom, and in principle, they're a modern form of servitude, right? And before the opposition says that it's an exaggeration, consider this. Regardless of labor laws, regardless of human rights protections, even the fortunate 1% who are able to secure employment still complain of being overworked and underpaid. Jobs do not just take up your time, they capitalize you as an asset. You become a commodity. Now, let's talk about the reality that exists. Again, risks. That's the biggest claim that they have in this house. Again, we talked about risk existing on both houses, but the better question would be, who manages the risk better and who offers the greater reward? We tell you, when risk exists in both houses, the impacts that they get is that they lose their jobs. The impacts that we get is that, listen, we navigate, we pivot, and we find new ways to adapt to these challenges. Now, another thing is that the real issue of job security. Now, unless you are 1,000% sure that you can keep your job no matter what, you're guaranteed, then you don't truly have security, right? Unless maybe your boss is your uncle or things of that sort, which is not the reality for all of us. So we're replaceable, per se. As Dr. Winnie had pointed out, there is so much ease when it comes to fabricating cases, when it comes to employer and employee relationships, because people can be dismissed without servants' pays for the smallest infractions. Research from the International Labour Organization shows that 60% of workers globally in the informal sector lack legal protections and can be fired for little recourse. We think this is very problematic, and it does exist on their end. So risk is a bigger factor on their end than our end, because again, when we solve it completely. When they solve it, they end up jobless. Thank you.
We thank that speaker for that speech. Now would like to invite the fifth speaker from side opposition.
Hello, guys. So, unlike the debate yesterday, we didn't have similar cases from the side proposition, side opposition. So my style today is going to be that I'm going to talk about what they said first, then I'm going to talk about what we said. That way you can compare yourselves as the audience and see which side of the house has proven to you we can get more sustainable income. So the first speaker comes here with all of that stories about the box and everything and talking about how we are limited in growth. But our first speaker comes and tells you that we can grow through diversification. Sustainable income that comes from the employment gives you a salary that you can use for your expenses and open other enterprises and other bonds and everything. They come here with a statistic of the lowest income that only accounts for the small employees, but they're leaving out the large percent of people who get a sustainable income and have open businesses, as we can see. Also, they came here and attacked us for benefits, saying that the benefits are not well enough. But let me tell you something. Benefits are very important when it comes to sustainable income, because as a person who gets sustainable income, if you have health insurance, if you have your pension, if you have things that are backing you up, it is very well and good, which does not exist on their side, because not only do they need to insure themselves, they also need to insure their businesses. And with 90% being small-scale enterprises, they don't have money enough for those things. So they are not insured, and that puts them in a very bad position when it comes to sustainable income. So I come to their second speaker. Their second speaker talks about their sustainable income helping the nation. They say they get a lot of money and that's why they help their nation. I'm going to tell you something. Mind you that not everybody gets that high income. Most of these enterprises get 30% break even. but 70% operate at loss, and they only have money to cover their expenses and their operational costs. They don't have this money that you're talking about to help the nation. And also, when it comes to helping them through taxes, there are tax evasion and tax avoidance, and this is a very severe case when it comes to businessmen and businesswomen. They do not pay these taxes and help the nation as the side proposition is claiming. But on this side of the house, we've talked about pay as you earn, which is compulsory. That shows that we have a bigger impact on the nation by helping them through taxes than the said proposition could ever have. Also, I would like to speak about what their third speaker talked about. They talked about adaptability during the time of inflation, while my fourth speaker came and rebutted that and talked about the COLA that helps salaries to be adjusted during times of inflation. But on their side, they only attacked without defending themselves. If inflation comes to your side, you say that you'll also raise the prices. Do you understand that if you raise the prices, there are not going to be any demands, so you're not going to sell? And instead of these people who are going to be facing problems of meeting the expenses for a short while, you're going to have a dead business on your end because inflation has caused people not to buy your goods. Okay, I also come to their first speaker who came here and gave us a good story about Socrates and talked about them defending themselves on this point of sustainability against comfortability, but went ahead to show how their side is only comfortable and not sustainable. They talked about generational wealth, but according to statistics, that only happens to few continents such as Asia. But when we come to the context that we have here from Africa, these generational wealth, when they try their best, only ends at the third generation. And some of them don't even go as far, they end in the first generation. And this brings comfortability to the people who are getting money because they know it is easily earned, which limits growth that they said they had in the first speaker. Growth cannot be found in a place where you can get money easily, but those people who strive to get that money have a room for growth and creativity in order to create their sustainable income. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, their fifth speaker came here and talked about unemployment. These people painting a big picture for unemployment that it actually is. According to the 2022 National Bureau of Statistics of Tanzania, they showed that unemployment is at 9.7% rate. This is what the unemployment that's so big that they're talking about, 9.7% according to the 2022 National Bureau of Statistics. But according to the World Bank, 60% of the businesses that are started die in their first 3 years. If you compare, ladies and gentlemen, in which side of the house do people have a problem in getting sustainable income? Is it the 9.7% who are actually being given measures on how to get more employment, or the 60% that cannot even start the business to begin with? On our side of the house, we have been very compassionate on not only the financial side, but also the social concept of sustainable income. Our first speaker spoke of growth, which helps you to rise in ranks and also opens multiple income streams. Our second speaker talked about job security. The incident at Kariakoo, a person slept thinking he's a millionaire, and the next day the building collapsed, and that is not security because you did not predict this. But if you're fired, you're given a notice even 2 weeks earlier, which helps you to plan and find a new job. Skills are needed everywhere, so if you lose a job in one place, you can get another one. Even if it's not out the government like you like, you can get in another private sector. But if your business collapses today, it is very hard to start a new one, and it will take years or not become possible. So in this side of the house, we have shown you how we care for the people and how we get more sustainable income than the side affirmative could ever have. So think of that context and choose your side wisely. Thank you.
Now we shall have the drill questions by the affirmative.
Our first question, as for what was said in the recent energy summit conducted days ago by the president of the World Bank, President A.J. Banga, that the next decade, almost 360 million youths in Africa will be ready to engage in the employment market, but then the African employment market system will only be able to accumulate just 250 youths. So this looks like out of 5 youth, only 2 are going to be employed. How would you respond to this?
Great question, by the way. We don't necessarily think that this is a problem of what regular jobs can offer. This is a discussion that needs to be made on how do we create these jobs in the first place and how do we create sustainability. So when you look at the side of a business owner, right, with increase in market fluctuations and the conditionalities and the ecosystems not being on your favor, it does not necessarily mean that you guys are at a better position to succeed.
Thank you. So the aim of this question was to mention that wherever we're going in the future, there are no jobs that they're so accounting for right now. It's proven throughout time that jobs are continuing to decrease, so therefore we don't have any jobs that they're trying to advocate for that everyone has access to. We don't have access to those. The second question is that the government of the United Republic of Tanzania and other international organizations like World Bank, ILO, have repeatedly done reports and have done studies that show that the pathway to a sustainable income is entrepreneurship, because they're seeing that with the growth of the population and the job creation market, they're not weighing together. So therefore, they're advocating actively. Through example, Tanzania, the vision of 2050, it actively highlights how entrepreneurship is a key factor. How would you guys respond to this if you guys are going against the status quo and what the government is actively trying to do, and also other international organizations? How would you fit in this system?
Thank you for that question. But you have not shown us the relation between what they're saying and how it brings sustainable income. Entrepreneurship is being suggested not only for sustainable income, but to create goods that are in demand and everything. So that can be rebutted on the types of
So the relation of this question, thank you, Kija. The relation of this question simply highlights that where we're headed in the future as Tanzanians, as Africans, as a global world, is through entrepreneurship. This is how the government has found a solution to allow people who cannot secure these jobs that they're so advocating for, right? They've put this in our curriculum. They've put this in, again, classes, even in the university courses. They're teaching people how to actively be their own entrepreneurs. So I feel like this is very important. So again, you're not answering the question.
Can I add on what she said?
You can answer it, yes.
Okay, great. You also forget to mention that according to the World Bank Ease of Doing Business Index, Tanzania ranks at 141 out of 190. This necessarily means that even though we do not rank in accordance, even though the employment is an issue, doing business in the country is also an issue. Therefore, that metric in and of itself has already been described.
And we agreed this in our statement. We said risk exists on both sides. We agreed to this, but then they failed to agree that risk is more endangering on their side, because when someone loses a job, they lose their whole livelihood and they lose their future. But thank you for highlighting that. And our final question was that, just yes or no, do you believe that in self-owned businesses, people have greater potential for innovation, which is important in this day and age? Yes or no?
No. That's because for us who have businesses, we have trainings, we have workshops, for example, prepared by the Tanzania Health Summit at Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences.
Okay, the speaker did not understand my question.
You have said about innovation. We are being given skills taught every day, but you are a food vendor. How can you innovate?
The question is, do you believe in self-owned businesses, people have greater potential for innovation, which is important in this day and age? That was the question.
I have said no, and I have said the self-owned businesses have this.
All right, thank you.
Are we ready? Yes? Okay, great. So if business ownership is truly more sustainable, why do many successful entrepreneurs, actually why do majority of the entrepreneurs start by working regular jobs in order to earn capital? What do you guys have to say on the issue of lack of capital in this? in the country?
What do you mean by the majority? What is the percentage? What is the coverage? Who do you aim?
You're not allowed to ask me a question.
Please, it's not clear. Okay, please repeat your question.
I'll repeat my question. If business ownership is truly more sustainable, why do many successful entrepreneurs and majority of the entrepreneurs start by working regular jobs in order to save capital in the first place? What do you have to say about the ecosystems not being favorable for business owners?
Just to help you, many is very broad. So I can also say many of them don't start in regular jobs because there are a lot of people from the village who haven't studied, who don't have regular jobs, but they have started their businesses and they're doing their business from scratch. So many people don't do that.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes. Okay, we are back.
Sorry. To add on what just Jackie said, when you're talking about capital, you're not talking about billions of money. You can even have a capital of just 2,000 to buy 1 kilogram of groundnuts, and then you can sell it and you can create your self-employment.
Great. So how do you generate generational wealth with 2,000?
Business is a transformative thing. It is not just come up from nowhere. Having a huge business, being a tycoon is not coming from just nowhere. I think you have to hear about the story of Model G, the story of Bakhresa. All of them started with a low capital, but nowadays are the tycoons.
What's going on here?
Okay, so just to answer Karen's first question, she said, why do many start off, again, keyword, they start off there, but no one really ends up there, right? Because at the end of the day, they see that that is not the true pathway to a sustainable income. That's why you see many of them pivoting and coming to entrepreneurship, because again, long-term income comes from entrepreneurship.
Okay, I would just like to highlight that at the end of the day, in order to get into something, you have to be prepared for it. And side affirmative clearly agrees that our side is better prepared to enter into that aspect. We tell you about, okay, another question is, would you advise a doctor, engineer, or a teacher to quit their well-paying, stable job in order to start a business with no certainty of success?
Definitely. And I wouldn't only, not only advise, because those jobs that you're talking, the well-paid doctors and engineer, well-paid, they are not there. I'm in a medical field, I'm in a medical university. A lot of graduates graduate there and they're in the streets. So the jobs that you're talking about, they are not there. So if I'm talking to the finalists, to the graduates, I'll tell them, go out there and make a living.
So now where are we going to get people to treat us, people to teach us,
So I
people
just
to heal us?
want Karen to go back to the motion, right? The motion asks, which side guarantees a more sustainable income? Whether we have doctors or not, it doesn't matter. The fact that we have entrepreneurs means that we have the ability to reach a sustainable income. I don't know why we have to have, again, the people who she's mentioning as an explicit example in our end.
Thank you. That's a very big assumption to make, that you only need entrepreneurs to live, but I digress. Thank
Entrepreneurs look like all kinds of people. Thank you.
Just right on that, there are doctors who are entrepreneurs. They own their own polyclinics and their only mini clinics. So yes, there can be doctors who are entrepreneurs, as she can say, not only the one who are in regular jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have a couple of questions from our audience. Before we get into the question session by our judges, so we have a question from Paxton Ferris. I will ask Paxton himself to ask his question for us. Paxton?
Okay. So this question was to affirmative. That's this side. So basically my question was that at least employment has minimum wage. The majority of entrepreneurs, or at least majority of businesses, startups, and that sort of thing, tend to run on losses, tend to run on unstable investors. And then the thing is, when you fail as an entrepreneur, chances are you're going to fail, but then you have debt, you have losses, you have lots of things you have to cover for. Unlike when you lose a job, at least you're still at like net zero, which I was asking, how is being in the side of having more debts and all that sort of thing more sustainable than at least having no job?
Thank you for, are we answer? Okay. Thank you for a wonderful question. So the issue of debts or not debts, it is subjective to the individual level, because a person can be hired and has a job, but also go and get loans. And that's what they say, that these people have a greater potential for loans. My mother is in a regular job. She borrowed I think millions, and it is the 9th year now. They're still cutting the wages from what she earns, the little that she earns every single year. So the issue of debts is in both sides.
To add on that, we all know that when a business fails, talking of the tax laws, they can go to TRA and report that my business has problems, so please reduce this tax. For the meantime, I am working on my business. So they will not have debts from TRA.
I also want to conclude on Paxton's question, right? We don't necessarily think debts are bad. Debts exist on both houses. It's not only equivalent to our side. They can also have debts. It exists on both houses. But then at the end of the day, the person who wins this motion is the person who proves profitability at the end of the day, right? So at the end of the day, even if they receive minimum wage of 40,000 and I make a sale in 2 months of 2 million, I still prove profitability, right? So it doesn't really matter in what time frame it takes me to get there. The fact is that they can work for 1 month and receive quarter of what I make. So, yeah.
All right. The second question has no name. If employment ensures social security, this is to opposition. Okay. You're talking about sustainability of person. Yeah, handwriting is an issue. My gosh. You're talking about sustainability of person who owner business. My question is that, is all business owners do all business owners achieve the sustainability of their ventures? That's the question.
So the answer to that question is going to be straightforward and very honest, that there is nothing that is 100%. There is no perfect machine, there is no perfect business, there is no perfect job or employment. So there is not all achieve, but most do. Thank you.
And this is also seen in the employment side as well. Not everyone who works is guaranteed a sustainable income. So this is a gamble and a risk that exists on both houses.
All right. Swali kwa opposers. Okay, I'm going to read this in Swahili, so bear with me. vipi kwa mwajiriwa akifukuzwa kazi kutokana na utovu wa nidhamu wakati tayari amekwisha kopa mikopo mbalimbali kwa kujiamini kuwa atalipa kwa sababu ameajiriwa?
Okay, I will answer the question. He asked about what if you are fired and you have employment? Should I answer it in Kiswahili? I'm asking if it's English or either way. Okay, so I will answer first. For people who are regular workers, we have the unions. They have the teachers' union, they call it CWT. Those all stand for the rights of the workers. They first look, is it truly due to indiscipline cases? But the indiscipline case, an indiscipline case, any person can make it. But what I would say that we have the teachers' union, people have already invested in that, and they can pay for that. But also we have said the social security funds that that he or she was paying when he was working, he or she was working. That money, he can request it and use it to pay the debts that he has. That's all I had to say.
I'd like to add on that. I think that if you do compare both sides, right? At least we tell you that something is happening today. I don't know, but something is happening. At least we tell you that on our side, we do gain access to these loans. So this person who has been fired does have ability to actually sustain themselves within this time while they're trying to while they're trying to become flexible and go and search for another job, right? But we tell you on side affirmative, they keep on painting a picture that businesses don't have risk and that we have much more risk. But realize that capital doesn't exist on their side because the environment in and of itself does not support a business owner getting capital to start a business. But we tell you that on our side, at least this person has these amounts of loans that that help them to become flexible and even look for another job. So hope is there on our side, I believe.
Right. The final question for Team Red. Many employees or workers suffer and face many challenges. Retirement. Why are you saying that regular jobs have sustainable income?
Okay, I'll give an answer to that. This is a comparative motion. Of course, there are challenges on both sides. And on the terms of pension, there can be challenges to some people who won't get enough pension or anything like that. But then, these people at least have pension, the least it can be. On their side of the house, the 90% of the people who are in small-scale industries, and also the 70% that usually operate on loss and actually just cover their operational costs, have no pension to begin with. So on this side of the house, pension is something that can be adjusted. They can go ask for it and take what they have accumulated throughout their lives and use it for sustaining themselves. But on side entrepreneurship, you can't claim that sustainability because they don't have pension to begin with, and most of them because they operate on, or they only pay for the operational costs and make no profit. They have not accumulated any funds to help them when it's their time to retire. So on our side of the house, we prove more sustainability and not complete, because nothing can be 100% perfect, but at least on our side, we have an advantage of having pension in the first place, which on their side, the 70% of the entrepreneurs cannot secure.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for that session. We shall be moving on to the question session by the judges. We shall start with team opposition, because you guys have the mics. I will hand it over to our chief judge.
Wasiwasi ndo akili. You are forced to think and come up with solutions. Can you engage with that argument? Because they have been making that argument that when you have your job security and you have your stability, you are not that susceptible to risks, and as a result, the same point they made about stagnation. So can you counter that argument that wasiwasi ndo akili?
I'll start. You know, one thing that I believe should actually be understood with this motion is that at the end of the day, when it comes to risk, right, risk has two main outcomes. You either fail or you succeed. And we tell you that on our side, right, we have a greater chance of success. So when it comes to exposure to risk, we have the ability to mitigate it. We're not, I mean, when you talk about innovation due to exposure to risk, it does not really help the situation considering the urgency of the problems that exist in the real world. So even though you have that exposure to risk and it enables you to innovate, the systems that are placed in the world do not allow you to break through and succeed. So what happens? You get depressed because you have a problem, but you can't solve it. We tell you that on our side, at least you have that consistent amount of salary that you get, right? You have that payment that when you get sick or when your family members get sick, at least when they go to the hospital, they're able to give out that insurance card that can actually protect them and help them. That reduces that burden on you as a person who works and for your salary and your income in general, right? We tell you that risk is necessarily painted as a good thing because of the outcomes that it could create. But in actual real-world situations, it is a very big threat, and it can destroy your livelihood. So on our side, at least we do mitigate this risk. We can't say the same on theirs.
Additionally, you've talked about wasiwasi being a good thing for them and motivating them. That can also exist in employment because every employee has their goals at the end of the month that they need to meet. And there is a quote that says that a goal with no deadline is just a dream. They have freedom on their side that they are accountable to nobody, so they can sometimes not grow and become reluctant because they're making some profit. But on our side of the house, there are supervisors who give you deadlines and projects on what you can do and reach a certain potential. So who was is created on both sides, and on our side there's actual supervision to reach that goal, unlike on their side that they're not held accountable for what they're making. So that also exists on our side, and it is also helpful because there's an additional factor of supervision.
Yes, I can add on that. When talking about risk to employment, actually we actually face the lower risk compared to them because in employment, actually you are, as my fellow said about supervision, you're going to be supervised. And also, when you come about health risk, actually in employment, you go those insurances. And also, when it comes to the, after you retire, actually we also face the lesser risk because of the presence of NSSF and the PSSF, which actually ensure us to receive those sustainable income after even we finish our jobs.
One of the arguments that you gave in this debate aside opposition is that there is diversification of income when someone is employed. My question is with respect to what motivation employees themselves have to diversify income, especially because a lot of them, as we know, tend to be very secure in their jobs. And since stability and security is what you're presenting, what is the motivation there for them to diversify income when they already have a stable one?
Okay, I'll start. When you come about diversification to the regular jobs, actually in employment, or if you're being employed into a company, actually you get the chance to network and to get mentorship from others. So if you are hired in a certain company, you'll find the people who actually are there before you. So you learn from them, actually through that networking. And also, there's an association which connects these workers. So through those associations, there's actually certain seminars and workshops which increase their skills to diversify and engage in other sectors. For example, most of employed people currently have got the UTT AMIS accounts. So actually, if I enter in a company, I saw that if I can take 10% of my income and I put it to UTT AMIS in a certain place, and actually after a certain time, I'll get my interest. I'll earn something. Actually, it will motivate myself to go and diversify to other places.
Additionally, so in employment side, we are starting to diversify. It's all because we are having enough income, sustainable income enough, so that to diversify. We have already paying for the expenses, but we are remaining with enough income to put it in another things while we are having already, yes.
When you are debating, you raised an argument that on the entrepreneurship path, there is a profit and no sustainable income. Now I'm asking, if you are able to reinvest the profit into a business, is that not a component of sustainability? Or you could probably clarify on that.
Yes, I would love to clarify on that. So what I said initially in my speech is that this debate is not about profitability, but it is mainly about sustainability. And I gave an example of if you earn 1 million today and lose it tomorrow, you have gotten a profit, but it hasn't been sustainable, right? So this is what we defend on the side of regular jobs. We tell you that we are able to get money that we can plan out to counter for our expenses, right? But we see that because of this money that we make and the expenses that we can counter for, we necessarily become able to sustain our lives. We don't necessarily say that profitability is bad in and of itself, but we tell you that because of the business environments that are set, it is very, very easy to lose this money that you gain as quick as a snap of a finger. And because you can easily lose it just like that, it means now that it is not sustainable, because even those children that these people are telling you you can sustain, the businesses can sustain their lives, we realize that businesses actually don't live out to get to that point, right? So even if you wake up today and your business is over, now how are you going to sustain the income of your children and etc.? But we tell you on our side of regular jobs, because of this money that we are assured of getting, at the end of the day, we're able to account for our expenses, and then we're able to plan for other things as well.
I can add on that. When you talk about sustainable income, it's not all about the profit you get, but how consistent and steady you receive your money. These entrepreneurs actually have got a tendency of receiving, let's say, from this month can receive 1 million, but after 3 to 5 months, they earn nothing. So, but when you come to the regular jobs, you receive your 1 million after 1 month, so that you can plan for your long-term needs, and actually you can have risk mitigation in comparison to entrepreneurship.
Additionally, we spoke about it from a social context, because we believe sustainability is not only achieved from the financial aspects, like how they have perceived themselves, because from the arguments that they say, it is safe to say that they have created their side to look like money-making machines and forgetting other aspects of sustainable income. Sustainable income is also about social and ethical responsibility. We've spoken about work-life balance, which helps understand the difference between sustainability and profitability. You can get a lot of money, but if you do not rest, you do not interact with your family, you do not have time to yourself or insurance for your life, it is no longer sustainable but just profitable. We'll give you an example. For example, a pregnant lady in a work area. When it's their time to rest and actually make use of their profits, they can stay home because they have a maternity leave. But then have mercy for the businesswoman who is at 6 months pregnant and receives that they've gone bankrupt. Because at that moment, they will realize that they have profit, but it is not sustaining them because it is affecting other parts of their lives that could have remained sustained if you had employment, if you were on the employment side that gives you maternity leave, insurance, benefits, and security. So on this side of the house, we have touched more aspects of sustainable income that surpass the financial boundaries and go to the social context of sustainable income.
Yeah. So this one, I think yesterday, Chief Judge alikuwa anauliza maswali in a sense of giving you guys a lifeline, yeah? I think I'm going to give you a lifeline on this one. It is actually based on your response around some of the 2 questions that were asked that were revolving around the risks on self-employed. So I'm going to give you a lifeline just to give you a chance to elaborate them a little bit clearly but brief, because I didn't see that coming out very well from the briefing. So the first one, there was an issue of there's no job security. Someone can get fired. And I remember a response that was given from the labor law. Now there's a protection about 48 hours room that somebody's given before the actual effect of being fired. I mean, 48 hours is, in all terms and purpose, to me, is quite a shorter period. with the reference that you gave, which means there's only 2 days of security. Possibly you're gone. I don't see much security from that angle. But secondly, there was a reference, there was a question. If someone is alone, lose their job, there's a burden there, how are they going to recover that? How will they bounce back compared to somebody else who has a job? And one of the response that was given is that as an employee, you have pension benefit that can be used against. To me, that seems to be disadvantageous if you look at it, rather than not very positive, because even the little saving that you have is going to set off the debt that you have. So these are the risks that I would see that I was not very convinced from your response. How do you...
There's an interconnected between myself, the company, and the loan giver. So actually, I think to our side, we have the lesser risk of like if like being fired after giving like a loan compared to them. If like they receive grants or receive loan, they don't have the guarantee of sustainability.
To add on that, I think risk when it comes to recovering from losing a job is necessarily smaller than the risk that you get when it comes to recovering from losing and potentially a failing business. Why do I say this? You remain with your skills once you lose a job. If you're an accountant and you lose a job from an accounting firm, right? I still am able to become an accountant for another firm. I think that's necessarily saying that I can still go back and rebound. But if I'm a business owner, right, and I put in my tears, my blood, and my sweat into a business, and now I have lost capital and I am also in debt, think of how much it would take to bounce back. That's the comparative that we have here. We're telling you that risk exists more on their side. They really can't deny that, because that's absurd in and of itself.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, today is the final day. I think this one is going to be a little bit technical. You know, as you're raising, I'll start with a simple example. As you're raising a baby in a family, you know, you got to provide for the baby, got to give him or her food, shelter, and whatnot. The business environment, similarly, you know, is being impacted by what we call the macroeconomics. Things like inflation, you know, things like changing government environment, you know, regulation and whatnot. I'll pick something very specific. For issue like an inflation and any other, you know, microeconomy that you can pick, but let's just start with an inflation, for example. It's a big cry out. How does one having a business with constant changes of microeconomies as we are seeing, such as an inflation, to say, I can give you a very typical example in Tanzania, we have dollar crisis and whatnot. How does having a business guarantee you an easy navigation towards these changes on the microeconomics to give you a sustainable income? Because I look at it the other way around. If someone is employed, you know, they'll still have their salaries. They will hear these issues of, you know, dollar problem, but maybe they will not affect them directly. But these things affect business directly. How does this guarantee sustainable income?
So one of the things that is very advantageous in entrepreneurship is the skill set, the ability, because when you're running your own business, you have to learn a lot of skills. So then one of the things that the entrepreneurs have that the regular people in regular jobs mostly don't have is financial literacy. So things like, for example, UTT has this called Watoto Fund. So in most of the cases, knowing that there might be inflation to tackle that, the inflation and the changes in the market, the entrepreneur, as you gave an example that you have a family, you have a baby, you have a wife, if you want to take care of those people, then as you're doing a business, and then you're a part of it, you're investing it for the times that there'll be change, because that is a very critical point in entrepreneurship, that as much as there can be more, there can be less at times, and entrepreneurs know that, and that's why they tend to save in these pocket funds to tackle those future crises.
I also want to add to that what Jackie said. So we understand that. Hello? Okay. So in our house, we understand that inflation is a possibility, right? But then again, it does affect businesses, but it also affects the employees who we employ in their businesses as well. So it affects us and it affects them. It's not singular that it's only like, how do you say this? Like it sticks to one singular person. It affects them as well. So we think that this is a problem, and the problem exists on both houses. It's not particularly only for entrepreneurs and business owners. When inflation happens, it affects me, it affects you, it affects them, it affects everyone.
Just one more thing to add. Inflation, it simply means the reduced ability to purchase. Okay.
When you are debating, you argued that on the regular job is about survival and not sustainable income. But what if this employee survives with the same salary and incentives for a long time, but also survives with the pension income after retirement? Is that not a component of sustainable income?
Sorry, can you please repeat the question? We didn't hear you.
When you are debating, you argued that on the regular job, it is a survival. Now I'm asking, if this employee in a regular job survives with the same income and incentives for a long time, but also survives with the pension funds after the retirement, is that not a component of sustainable income?
Thank you. Obviously, that's not a component of sustainable income. This is because sustainable income must have a certain component of growth. So if you are able to survive with maybe a pension is not growing, so you'll be using that pension, then decreasing, at the end of time you find yourself with nothing. So that's not a component of sustainability. As we have detained sustainability, must save you for a long time, but you also must have something in growth, must be growing.
I also want to quote, right? According to the World Bank, most pension savings deplete within 8 years post-retirement, meaning that individuals often find themselves back in the financial distress before even reaching their later years, right? So what then happens? You become dependent on a system that eventually abandons you. So again, you start over there, you get penned up where? Nowhere. So it's not they have double because they have bosses who are saying where is the deliverables, right? Where are the things that I ask you to do? Again, going back into the servitude nature of being an employee, right? So not only are you burdening yourself to make sure that you're getting that end of the salary, but you're also being burdened by the employer who's telling you, why haven't you delivered? You're being burdened by the government who's saying that, listen, where we're going to in the future is entrepreneurship. So how do you fit in a system that is not meant for you, right? Where we're headed in the future, it doesn't look like an employee-employer relationship. It looks like people being freelancers. It looks like people being able to manage their own income. It looks like living according to how you want and just being peaceful and being prosperous and having a sustainable income. That's how it looks like.
Thank you.
In addition, excuse me, in addition to that, I'm not totally disagreeing or against with you, but what do we as entrepreneurship do nowadays? We invent a business, and then you take these people with the certificates, then you give them a regular job, then you go to sleep and sit like bosses. So we do some, there is some, let me show you something that proves
the
that
labor
these people,
institution's wage order.
These people normally will do slaughter them by using this knife. This is the law. It is written the Labor Institution Act, and this one specifies the minimum amount of wages that as entrepreneurs we do give those people whom we employ. This is I can give it to you, then you even to go with it to prove. Then
Thank you very much. because of time, I really do apologize, but because of time, we have to do the final speeches. So we'd like to invite the presentation from Team Affirmative. For the benefit of the audience, the presentation on why they should win the debate.
All right, so I'll start on my next word. Ladies and gentlemen, how big would you dream if you knew that you wouldn't fail? How big would you actually dream? How would you limit yourself? How far are you willing to go? How many risks are you willing to take? So the reason why we believe that we should win this debate is very simple, right? Number one, we came here and we told you that yes, we understand that there is a challenge that is present, but then again, who gets the most rewards when it comes to this challenge? So again, back to the risk question. So this has been the question throughout this whole debate. Who has the biggest burden of risks and who basically mitigates it the best and who gets the rewards? We tell you how it looks like on both sides. The person who has the risk of, again, getting unemployed and the person who maybe their businesses might fail. And we tell you failure is not really an option, right? Because we have the option to adapt and pivot. Entrepreneurs never truly fail. They learn from what they did and then they do it better the next time. Now, statistics that have been ignored are things like 13.7% of Tanzanian youth are unemployed, according to NBS 2020, and later, furthermore, 64% of recent graduates cannot secure regular jobs. It is a reality for over 75% of youth who settle for the informal sector, not by choice, but by necessity. Why? Because the job market is saturated, opportunities are scarce, and the odds are stacked against them. That is the reality that opposition has been running from the whole debate. We do not have jobs. So why then do they advocate for people to go and basically be part and compete in a vicious job cycle that is not favorable for them, right? The same way that they're saying that, oh, well, if we lose a job, we can go find another job. There is 64% other people who are also looking for that job. What makes you so unique from everyone else who's also looking for the same jobs with the same qualifications? They don't tell us. They don't give us a mechanism as to how their side actually guarantees a sustainable income at the end of the day. They give you things like benefits and all these things, but we also have them on our end. It is not particularly, the things that they're saying do not exist only on their world, but our world as well. We give you things like laws, how the laws tell you what minimum wage in Tanzania looks like. We tell you how 40,000% it is not okay to reach a sustainable income. That is the law. Are they able to change the law? Then they can't really. We give you policies of the Tanzanian vision of 2050, where we see the future of Tanzania is entrepreneurship now. They're telling you to advocate for a system where you're literally outside what is happening right now. When the government tells you, when the international organizations tell you that, listen, if you want to achieve a sustainable income as an individual, as a youth in a country where, again, there's rapid growth of people, then try to find ways, I'm going to say this in Kiswahili, kujadili, vijana mjiajiri, self-employ yourself. That is the solution that we have there, because we've already established that jobs are not there. We win on multiple aspects, right? We talk about sustainable income. We're not talking about the false sense of security that they're trying to give us, an illusion, or that promise that, again, there's less risk than the other side. Risk exists in both words, again. And the reason why we win, basically, is that security, control. We feel like when you have those two things, it becomes so much easier to, again, see where you're headed in life, and see how you can achieve that sustainable income. They lack those things on their side because, number one, they're dependent. Number two, they're insecure because they don't have full autonomy over themselves. They don't have full autonomy over their work. They don't have full autonomy over what they actually get. It has been proven that within these 5 years, there has been no actual wage increase, right? So they can't tell us that, oh, well, we're okay with it because at least we have something, and you know, we can feed ourselves for today. When we tell you that inflation and the economy is forever changing, right? So this 200,000 or 1 million that you get today is not going to be sustainable for the next few years because, again, wages stagnations. Now, here's the difference. We offer a future where we aren't commodified for the work and less paid. In our world, you're building something for yourself, something that grows with the economy, and something resilient enough to withstand the inevitable risk and changes that come. And here's the cherry on top. You can dream as big as you want, knowing that with the right support and the right mindset, you will prevail. That is a guarantee that you get on our end. Right mindset and the right support. Furthermore, we tell you that the only security that you need in our world is the security of yourself. You are the one who's in charge to guarantee your own sustainable income, meaning that it's not up to your boss, your manager, your HR person, or your senior executive person to look if you should keep your job or not. It's just you inherently wanting to continue to pursue. And we tell you that more entrepreneurs are incentivized to continue. More entrepreneurs are incentivized, so therefore that is how we guarantee sustainable income. There is no way that someone is going to invest so much funds and monies just to let your businesses die. That is how we have incentive on their end. They do not have incentive because the only incentive that they have is that people look for jobs. Once they get them, that incentive dies because they think that there's a security. Thank you so much. Never been prouder to propose. Shout out to my mom.
And finally, ladies and gentlemen, let us end today's final with welcoming the team captain presentation from the team opposition.
Just checking. Right. I'm setting my timer. 5 minutes. I'll start now. You see, what side affirmative is trying to do is they're trying to tell you about a land of milk and honey, but they're not telling you about the 400 years that it's going to take to get to that point. They're not telling you about the snakes that are in that area. They're not telling you about the deserts that you're going to face, the extreme hunger. They don't tell you about that. They just paint a picture of, oh, we are going to the land of milk and honey. And we tell you that this is not necessarily the case in the real world. We tell you, number one, listen, guys, the truth of the matter is, since you are born, guys, we have students from Alpha High School here, right? We have people who want to become doctors. We have people who want to become teachers. From the moment you are born, you're put in school and you're created in order to become employed. Whatever you say about if you necessarily point this as a bad thing, you're going to have to now stretch beyond your capability, right, to get into this entrepreneur sector. But we tell you that, okay, fine. If you do say that you want to become an entrepreneur, you get into the real world and you are faced with real big problems, something that side affirmative is trying to deny. So let me tell you something. If we prove that their side has greater negative impacts in and of itself, we win this debate. And if we also prove that in order to get the benefits that these guys are so proud of, you have to come through our side, we also win the debate. So why do these guys fail? They fail on multiple things, but let me tell you the biggest thing that they fail on. They fail on not telling you the actual situation that is happening. They're trying to blind you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you the truth here. Listen, the thing is, not everybody gets access to capital. Not everybody gets access to opportunities. Not everybody has these ideas to start businesses in the first place. So you are already disadvantaged when you get into the entrepreneurship space, right? They don't talk about the urgency of the problem. They don't tell you that, listen, you have to eat, you have to drink water, you have to pay rent. You will not be able to tell your landlord, please wait, my business is not doing so well right now, so I can't pay rent. They will kick you out, ladies and gentlemen. Where will you sleep? Will you sleep outside because you have a dream? Let's be honest, okay? Another thing they tell you is they portray that risk is greater on both sides. We tell you, listen, okay? Just listen. risk on their side is greater because you have invested a lot of things, right? You have invested your tears, you have invested your creative capability. This is why the judge even said that people in Milembe are business owners, because in reality, you become depressed once your business fails. And that is the reality that is happening right now. 5 out of 10 businesses fail. This is not a number. These are people who put in their energy, who put in their hard work, right? Okay, but let's talk about why why they try to discredit the issue of regular jobs. It's because these guys understand, right, that in order for you to actually start a business, you do require a steady flow of income. Because businesses in and of itself, during their initial stage, require a lot of cash inflow and do not need you to remove cash, because once you do remove cash, you destroy the business growth in and of itself. So you require a consistent cash flow. That is what we provide for you. Let me get into why we win this debate. We win this debate because we tell you 2 things. We tell you, number 1, this debate does not focus on profitability. It focuses on sustainability. And we tell you this by evidencing that if you earn 1 million today and you lose it tomorrow, then necessarily you haven't done anything to better your life, right, and become consistent. We tell you that sustainability is characterized by consistency, right? We tell you that consistency means a constant cash flow, something that these guys tell you that they achieve, but they don't necessarily tell you how they do achieve it. And because we see the systems that are present in the world and the way the ecosystems are set against their favor, we don't even think that they're going to attain this income in the first place. But we also tell you that even if it exists, at least on our side, with that amount of money that you get, right, you could set it aside, right? You could plan your expenses and then set a small amount of money aside to start your business. And this is the reality of what is happening in the world right now. Most of the people who are business owners start off as people who are being employed because they do realize that they need that income, and they can't acquire that income just by waking up and saying, okay, today, guys, I'm going to be an entrepreneur. Okay, fine, you have a dream. Where is the money to actually work on that dream? Where do you have the capital to do that? You don't, and that's why you need a regular job. Guys, don't let the word this is something that is necessary in your life. You drink water regularly, you sleep regularly, you eat regularly, because these are things that are important and they are necessary for your life. I have never been prouder to oppose. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and there you have it. Congratulations to all debaters. I will now lead the judges to the room to confer as I leave it up to...
That was a heated debate, guys. Na hakika wengi wenu mmepata tafakari kidogo kuhusu mada hii, aidha kujiajiri au kuajiriwa. Kupi kunakupa sustainability ya kipato cha fedha. Kabla ya kuondoa majaji wetu, ningependa kusema mawili matatu. Cha kwanza ni kuwashukuru wadhamini wetu wakuu ambao ni Umoja wa Ulaya kwa kusupport au kudhamini mjadala huu, lakini pia tunawadhamini na The Chanzo kama mdhamini wetu mkuu kupitia media, lakini pia kuna TCRO na the European Youth Sounding Board. Kabla sijaondoa pia nyinyi washiriki wetu, ningependa kumwalika balozi wa Umoja wa Ulaya, Mheshimiwa Christine Grau, apate picha pamoja na washiriki wetu wa mdahalo huu. Atachukua picha na team yellow and team red and team yellow, alafu wale washiriki wengine, timu zingine ziko wapi? Yes. Baada ya kuchukua picha na hawa, mtajiongea na wenzenu, mtapiga picha pamoja na balozi, alafu tutaendelea na ratiba. Najua mmesikiliza sana midahalo hii, kwa tutawapa break fupi ya chai hapo nje na mtapata kujuana, lakini pia ningewaomba tunavorudi kwenye ukumbi huu, usisahau sehemu yako, maana tunakwenda pia kwenye zawadi la zoezi. Zawadi. Tumeelewana, si ndio? Yes. Tutaanza na zoezi la picha. Majaji naomba msiondoke because tuna picha na nyie pia. Yes. Tutaanza na zoezi la picha na washiriki wetu. Your Excellency. Yes. And the Ambassador of Poland as well, please. So we're doing the pictures to accommodate, because she has to leave for, yes. Karibuni. Tunaomba mje timu zingine. Other teams, please come to the front. No, they're going to do it, all of them, the 20. Usiondoke, wanakuja. The whole 20 of you are going to do the picture. Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, kwa makofi matakatifu, naomba tuwapigie makofi. Hawa ni washiriki wetu 20 ambao wametoka kwenye washiriki zaidi ya 400 waliojiongea katika mdahalo huu. Kama nilivyosema hapo awali, tulipata applications zaidi ya 400, wakachujwa kuwa 100 na 56 walishiriki katika kujadili mada hii kupitia social media, yani mitandao ya kijamii. Na 20 hawa walipatikana kama top 20. Kwa hiyo mnaona ni jinsi gani wamepitia michakato kibao. Your Excellencies, out of 400 plus individuals who participated in the contest, only 20 of these made it to this finals. So that's a huge step for these young people to be here with you guys today. And thank you for supporting this program, and we hope the EU and partners will continue to foster this program as years coming by. And the judges, we hope to have you also next year. So please mark your calendar. Yes. Sasa zoezi la picha limekwisha. I would ask Ambassador Grau to give a short remark as she has to leave for something urgent, but please, yeah, washiriki mnaweza kwenda.
Thank you so much. And can we just not all give a big round of applause for all the contestants? They did so well. And I'm so pleased also to see so many people here in the audience today. It's fantastic. Also, again, to the people who were connected online, thank you so much for being here. This event is really what we had hoped for, and I regret very much I couldn't be here yesterday to listen to all the debates. I was told that they were outstanding as well yesterday, so as Paul said, a big congratulations to all the what you have achieved. Really excellent. I just wanted to say what I have seen today. I mean, there was fire in this room. I was quite impressed by the commitment, by the passion that was here, but it was also fair. Was there any beating up or any insult sounding boards here? But there's also, of course, the team here. They are very happy to take your suggestions also online. Now, when I will have to leave, I will leave you in the safe hands of the ambassador of Poland, whom I want to thank again for the gifts and the prizes, as well as to the embassy of Sweden for their support. I will follow, of course, online to see who is the winner, which I don't know. That's up to the judges. And finally, a big thank you also to the University of Dar es Salaam, who hosted us in this, on this beautiful campus and in this auditorium here. As I said, I hope we will have further occasions to do this, but now soon it's time for you also, the contestants, to realize the outcome and then to maybe have a little celebration as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for that speech. I would like to, our judges now, you can have a breather as you decide who's going to take this crown home and who's going to fly to Poland this summer. Are you excited to fly to Poland? Oh, yeah. The judges are hinting too. They want to fly to Poland as well. Jamani, mnataka kunywa chai kwanza au mnataka zawadi kwanza? Ha? Tukubaliane, mnataka kunywa chai kwanza au mnataka zawadi kwanza? Zawadi? Chai. Tukubaliane basi, by raise of hands. As you know, of course, hiyo ni kitu muhimu. So, what we're going to do, ushers watawainua kwa makundi ili tuepuke msongamano. So mtachofanya, you have 30 minutes only to have the health break. 30 minutes only. Mna shauku ya kujua mshindi, lakini pia tuna zawadi kutoka ubalozi wa Sweden, kutoka wadhamini wengine, lakini pia tuna zawadi kutoka Umoja wa Ulaya. Hizi ni zawadi za kwenu nyie kama wageni. Kwa hivyo, tusipoteze muda. You have 30 minutes to have a tea break, and then tutajiongea hapa ukumbini kuendelea na programu yetu. Lakini pia, wakati huo huo, kutakuwa na watu wanafanya interviews nje. Kwa hiyo, kama unaweza kunadi chuo chako, kwa nini mko hapa, kwa nini midahalo hii ni muhimu, kutakuwa na medias outside, utaweza kuongea nao. So feel free to have interviews outside, where some of you students will be asked questions about your experiences of the EU debate contest for this year. But asanteni sana kwa nyote mliofika siku ya leo, na huu ni mwanzo na sio mwisho. Kwa wale ambao mnataka kuirejesha, translators, mnaweza kuwaona ushers wetu. Translators. Wale wenye translators, tafadhalini, tunaomba mrejeshe. Nakumbusha hapa kwamba sehemu uliokaa ndio hiyo ukirudi utakaa. To avoid msongamano, si ndio? Okay, so we can break for health break.
comes, it might be you, you know? Tell your neighbor, it might be you. Exactly. So that's all about the Youth Sounding Board. I'm around if you want to know more, so you can see me or you can see Paul. Thank you very much. Oh, and we have something special planned for you guys. Are you ready? Are you ready to go home with a souvenir? So be active. First come, first serve. When a question is asked, you raise your hand. We'll be watching. All right, Paul, you're welcome.
Sawa, Kapwani atakuwa na nyinyi huko wakati tunauliza maswali na tupata majibu kutoka kwenu. Maswali haya yatakuwa ni general, mengine yakiangazia mada yetu ya leo, lakini mengine yakiangazia maswala yanayoendelea duniani na kadhalika. Bila kupoteza wasaa, hii naomba mkumbuke hii ni quiz, ni fun quiz. Najua hapa mnatoka shule za sekondari, lakini mnatoka vyuoni. Kwa hiyo tunaona ni vizuri pia tukachangamsha akili, si ndio? Na utakapopata fursa ya kujibu swali, naomba lazima umarket chuo chako, unatokea sehemu gani, unafanya nini, institution gani, lazima ujipigie debe kidogo. Mauzo yenyewe ndio haya, si ndio? Unajipigia debe kidogo. So Kapwani, without taking time, so we're going to have our fun quiz. And the first round of questions comes from the round number 1, which consists of business and jobs in Tanzania. Question number 1. Remember, it's first come, first served. So la kwanza, which African country is known as the Silicon Savannah due to its strong tech and startup scene? I'll repeat the question. Which African country is known as the Silicon Savannah due to its strong tech and startup scene? Please do not Google, do not use AI, because we are watching. And we will know.
Okay, so the Silicon Savannah for Africa is key. As we know, most tech companies
Sorry,
like Facebook.
Sorry, your name, your institution, and everything else. Dada, huu ndio wakati wa kujimarket. Jipigie debe.
Okay, so my goodness, Shindano la Mdahalo. I am a student at the University of Dar es Salaam, pursuing Bachelor of Science in Telecommunications Engineering, third year at Core ICT, and in 35 to 37% of the GDP of the country.
What? Sorry, repeat your answer?
They participate from 25 to 37% of the GDP of the country.
Sorry, but that's the wrong answer. The answer is, should we give someone else a chance? We'll do that. So, ni asilimia ngapi ya biashara nchini Tanzania ni small and medium enterprises? Kwa mtizamo wako, jibu ninalo, lakini ukifikia pale percentage fulani, tunaweza kukupa. No. Still going to chill. I'll just go ahead. We'll do chill. Asilimia ngapi kwa mtizamo wako?
My name is Emmanuel. I come from the Institute of Finance Management, IFM. Inachangia asilimia kuanzia 30 hadi 40 mpaka 50, kwa sababu vijana wengi wamejiajiri.
Unfortunately, mwingine anataka kujaribu? Kuna mwingine pale.
Baraka Rupa from University of Salaam, and the amount of percentage which contributed by the business is 30 to 40 according to GDP.
Naomba tumpe mtu mwingine ajaribu hilo swali. Ni asilimia ngapi kwa mtizamo wako? Ni asilimia ngapi ya biashara za kati na za chini ambazo ziko Tanzania? Ukizijumlisha biashara za kati na za chini, SMEs in Tanzania, what percentage do these businesses hold? What percentage of businesses in Tanzania are small and medium enterprises?
Okay. My name is Rahman Finanga, a student from University of Dar es Salaam, a third-year student. For my thoughts, it's 15 to 20%.
Next.
My name is Faith Mafia. I am a student from the University of Dar es Salaam, a third-year student. I'm pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Psychology. And my answer is, it contributes 95% of all businesses in Tanzania.
Did you use AI?
No.
She got it. Come get your present. Okay, up next. As she comes to grace her present, please make sure you mention your university and your institution. Lazima uflex chuo chako. Up next. Which famous Tanzanian entrepreneur, why are you raising up your hand? I didn't even finish the question. Which famous Tanzanian entrepreneur has been countlessly featured on Forbes magazine?
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Moses Fabian, nasoma Chuo Kikuu cha Dar es Salaam katika taasisi ya falsafa na maadili, philosophy and ethics. Mtanzania wa kwanza kutajwa katika jarida la Forbes alikuwa ni Mohamed Dewji.
Umepata, lakini umekosea swali. Nimeuliza who has been featured countless times, not the first time.
Ni yeye Mohamed Dewji.
Wa kwanza. Umeona? Hapo ungesha zingua. But please come get your present. Question number 5. What, and I think this one I will exclude the team members who participated. So to the teams, this is not for you. What is the main reason small businesses in Tanzania struggle? Ni kwa sababu gani biashara ndogo nchini Tanzania zinapata misukosuko katika ukuaji? Unaweza kutaja sababu moja tu au mbili justify.
My name is Collins Gordon from the University of Dar es Salaam, studying electronic science and communication. I'm also a podcaster hosting We're Agency podcasting on YouTube. And the main reason why the small businesses struggle is the whole ecosystem built up to survive in Tanzania.
It's not the answer we're looking for. So, but I'll give you a point. Okay? We all know about the ecosystem. Everyone has talked about it, including the debaters. But what I'm looking for is that one key word. Kwenye hiyo ecosystem, changanua kitu kimoja ambacho unaweza kujibia swali hili.
So, based on the ecosystem laws and environment built for the startups to actually thrive in Tanzania.
Next. Natafuta kitu kimoja tu ambacho kwa nini biashara zinafeli.
So
so yeah, it's like whoever raises up their hands first, they can see, the ushers can see.
My name is Oscar Idan Mguli. I'm from the University of Dar es Salaam. I am majoring in the microbiology course. So personally, I think one of the things of which we are missing is proper education. pertaining to business.
Next. Huh? There are people behind who are very, you have to be sharp.
My name is Rahma Sadala. I'm a third-year student at University of Dar es Salaam. I take actuarial science. I major in actuarial science. I think the main reason in why the small enterprises fail to thrive is the tax rate. They're taxed at every corner of their business.
Next. You have to raise up your hand very fast. Kumbukeni mko wengi. Kwa hiyo, it's how sharp you are. I'll repeat the question. What is the main reason many small businesses in Tanzania struggle to grow?
Okay. My name is Ali Sadiq. I'm from University of Dar es Salaam. I'm taking Bachelor of History in Political Science. Actually, the answer is competition.
Next. Wapwani, unacha watu huku chini.
Hello everyone. Naitwa Nyenjula Kalindo. Ni mmiliki wa kampuni. Nimekuja kushiriki kusikiliza debate. Moja ya tatizo kwa nini hizi zina struggle kukua ni kwa sababu wengi wao hawana dokumenti za mapato na matumizi, that's why hawakopesheki, ndio maana wana struggle sana. Asante.
Next. Jibu ni rahisi sana. Najibu mnalo, ni rahisi sana. Jibu liliongelewa hapa katika kama ulikuwa unasikiliza mijadala jamani, kama mlikuwa mnasikiliza mijadala. Walirudia mara nyingi, timu zilizokuwa zikishiriki, walirudia hicho kitu mara nyingi sana. Mara nyingi sana.
My name is Maureen. I'm from Alpha, from 4. I think the reason as to why, as per the question is, the first reason, most of the Tanzanians lack finance, meaning capital.
Naomba niwaambie kwa nini hilo swali lilitoka hapa. Kuna mdau aliongelea businesses, not only in Tanzania, but anywhere in the world, entrepreneurship businesses, we do not have the luxury of capital all the time. Hatuna luxury ya financing for businesses. We don't have that. So utakuta mtu anaanzisha biashara, baada ya mwaka mmoja, miwili, hana tena capital ya kuendelea na ile biashara. Tumeelewana? So, hapa mchawi ni nani? Maokoto, si ndio? The answer is simple. Money, financing. Question number 6. Country has the highest number of entrepreneurs per capita. Africa. In English later on. I think this one should be sponsored by the Chanzo. Alifa, unatoa shingapi kwenye hii swali? 20. Ni biashara gani? Ni biashara gani? Katika agenda ya uchumi wa blue. Ni biashara gani ambayo serikali ya Zanzibar, biashara gani ambayo serikali ya Zanzibar inaikazania au inaimarket katika ajenda ya uchumi wa blue? Mnaujua uchumi wa blue. Ni biashara gani ambayo serikali ya Zanzibar inaimarket sasa hivi? Biashara, marketing. And SMEs.
Shikamo. Utalii.
It's good, but next. Jamani, hii biashara inagusa sana hasa vijana na kina mama. Kumbukeni keywords: SME, uchumi wa blue, Zanzibar, marketing.
Hi. Okay, my name is Joanne. I'm taking Bachelor of Degrees in Finance, Bachelor of Commerce and Finance. Okay, so I think the answer is, amesema inahusisha vijana na mama, right? So I think the answer is hotel. I think the answer is hotels. I think that's a good business in Zanzibar.
Next.
Hey, habari zenu. Kwa majina naitwa Alpha Boniface.
Jamani, naomba tutulie kidogo. Tumpe nafasi.
Kwa majina naitwa Alpha Boniface. Tatumia Kiswahili jamani, samanini. Natokea chuo cha Changombe VETA. Nasoma fani ya umeme. Kilimo kilichopewa kipaumbele na Zanzibar ni kilimo cha mwani.
Yes, come get your present. Okay, so nitafafanua. So for those who maybe did not understand the question, currently the Zanzibari government, through SMEs and development program, is highly investing in seaweed farming, which supports the blue economy agenda. Aya, amejishindia jamani. Hapo mbele, mpe mbele ushahidi. Mambo kwa from the chanzo. All right, cool. Next question. Which African billionaire, kama hujashinda yani hii ndio ya kushinda. Which African billionaire is the founder of Dangote Group? Mention his full name. Mention his full name. That's what the question says.
My name is Shabani Abdul from University of Dar es Salaam, third year student. I'm taking bachelor degree of philosophy and ethics. The founder of Dangote Group company is Aliko Dangote.
You got it. Next question. Are we ready? This one is also a very easy one, all about women empowerment. Okay? Okay? Before Her Excellency President Samia, and before Her Excellency President Zawadi of Ethiopia, who was the first female president in the African continent?
Hello, my name is Paulina Victor. I'm from the University of Dar es Salaam pursuing my master's in applied microbiology. I think Joyce Banda, the former president of Malawi.
Next. Joyce was the second one.
Hello, everyone. My name's Shadia Malat Kitenge. I'm a student from the University of Dar es Salaam, and the answer is Ellen Johnson from Liberia.
She got it. Bottle. Yeah. Something that you all know about, literally, like literally. You want to ask this?
Okay, so I remember in the beginning I was talking about the youth sounding board, and I said we work under how many pillars? And you have to mention all of them. Okay. And the winner is going to get Ukumbi. Yes. If you explain, ni bonus, ukielezea, unapata di bonus ya Ukumbi. So mention them. Na ukitaka kuongeza manyama, it's up to you.
The youth work on 3 pillars, which are engage, connect, and empowerment.
She got it.
She got it.
She did.
Lakini. Na hii hayusiani na washiriki. These teams, please stay far away from this one. This is for the audience. Yes. Katika mchakato huu wa mdahalo wa Umoja Ulaya, nini lilikuwa swali? What was the main thematic or main question of the EU Youth Debate Contest for 2025? Mention the whole thematic, the whole sentence, mention it. Mention it, literally.
Hello, everyone.
The motion, yeah, mention the whole motion.
Okay, my good name is Ola Michael, pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Economics and Statistics. Third year, I'm also from the UDSM Debate Society. Okay, so the motion of the whole debate was the formal the entrepreneurs and the irregular jobs, which are more likely to offer the sustainability.
Next. It's very simple. It's literally on your...
Hi, my name is Amos, and I'm a student at the British Secondary School, and the motion states that is self-employment better than owning your own business?
Next.
The motion states, having your own business guarantee you sustainable incomes and regular job.
You got it. Come get your present. As the judges deliberate, we'll finalize with one last question. We still have more presents to give, but we're going to give the judges a chance with one more final question. Very easy. Literally, Geography 101. Mko tayari? The first hand to be raised, and the correct answer, you win. What is the capital of Poland?
Okay, good afternoon.
Not for the judge.
I'm Elian from Wimbili, second year. debate participant. The capital city of Poland is Warsaw.
Come get your present. Are you giving us 2 questions? We still have presents to give. Or do you want to take the podium? That will be outside of the terms of reference. Okay, the judges have allowed us 2 more questions. Backbenchers, jamani, mnaniaibisha, mimi niko backbencher. Let's do something. Okay? Nauliza kwa Kiswahili, si ndio? Sasa hivi nauliza kwa Kiswahili. Playing fields. Okay? I'm leveling the playing fields. Chagueni swali litoke kwenye siasa, uchumi au jamii. Siasa, uchumi, jamii. Siasa, uchumi, jamii. If it's
My name is Big Mama, that's how I'm called. I'm a professional student here at the University of Dar es Salaam, taking postgraduate studies. I've been here for almost 12 years. Now let me not go more. Okay, our discussion today, it is concerned about the society or community. How? It's like this. When we talk about life, we are talking about human beings and the other living animals or organisms, plants and the other things. But when we are talking about this sustainability and the way of being either employed or making self-employment, we mean how these human beings can survive and have a good life. Therefore, it is sisi, human beings, ambao sasa ndo tunahusika kupanga, kuamua, kutafakari na kutenda. Hapo sasa maana yake ni kwamba sisi ndo tufikirie ni namna ipi ya kufanya. Kama tunataka ajira, watu waajiriwe, nani anawaajiri kwa kiasi gani? Kama tunataka sisi ndo tujiajiri, tufanye nini ili tuwe na ile idea na attitude na moyo na uwezo wa kutenda kazi, kwa sababu wengi wetu ni wavivu. Kwa hiyo jamii inahusika. Asante sana.
Asante Big Mama. Sasa swali hili ni majaji ndio watakwenda kuchagua mshindi. Kwa hiyo ni lazima nitoe opportunity kwa watu wawili extra. And then the judges will make the decision. Yaani swali la papo kwa hapo. How does the mada ya leo relate to a social, how does it relate to social impact? How? Unaangaliaje mada ya leo iliyojadiliwa na masuala ya kijamii? So how do we tie those together?
Asante. Kwa majina naitwa Moko Kaise, natokea UDSM. Nasoma Bachelor of Arts in History and Political Science, lakini pia ni mjasiriamali mdogo mdogo. Kwa hiyo mada inanihusu kabisa. Tunaongelea kwamba mdahalo huu unahusianaje na jamii. Tukiongelea kama vijana, especially kama mimi chipkizi, inatuhamasisha sana vijana tusifikirie kuajiriwa, ila tuangalie ni namna gani tunaweza tukajiajiri kwa maendeleo yetu binafsi. Kwa mfano mimi mwenyewe nimejiajiri biashara yangu ndogo ndogo, na sisi wengi tunaokaa hapa campus tunafahamiana, karanga mchezo wa meno. Amina. Hiyo ni biashara yangu, mjasiriamali mdogo mdogo. Lakini kupitia hiyo niweza nikamalizia ada yangu nikapata ID. Kupitia karanga mchezo wa meno. How come ningetegemea kuajiriwa? Kuwa na uwezo wa kukaa mtaani nikajiajiri kwa vitu vingine, opportunity tunazoziona. Cause kama vijana tayari tupo wasomi, kwa hiyo lazima tuangalie ni namna gani tutajiajiri kwa improvement mbalimbali. Asante.
Watatu kule nyuma Kapwani. Na huyu ndio atakuwa anatufungia dimba, maana majaji wana shauku ya kutueleza kinagaubaga kilichoendelea.
Okay, habari za wakati huu. Mimi naitwa Elias Hospita. Nasoma falsafa na maadili Chuo Kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Mimi nitajibu kwa ufupi tu. Mada ya kujiajiri au kuajiriwa inaenda moja kwa moja kwenye jamii, kwa sababu through this kujiajiri au kuajiriwa tunapata maji. Through this kujiajiri au kuajiriwa tunapata miundombinu ya elimu. Through this kujiajiri au kuajiriwa tunapata fedha. So it's direct to the community, simply like that.
Asante, na huyu ndio utakuwa mshiriki wetu wa mwisho. Judges, swali la papo kwa hapo hilo. Mnasemaje? How does this motion of today coincide the answers given in terms of social correlation to the motion of today?
Asante. Nimepewa fursa, nimeconsult na majaji waliokuwa karibu hapa, na tumekubaliana kwamba wote wako sahihi waliozungumza kuonyesha connection kati ya kilichojadiliwa hapa halafu na masuala ya kijamii. Lakini details ambazo mtu anazitoa ndizo ambazo zinatusaidia kuweza kuona yupi jibu lake limekamilika zaidi na tuishi. Mshiriki namba 3 ameshinda.
Makofi tafadhali. Njoo jichukulie zawadi yako. Lakini kwa kuwa leo ni shughuli ya vijana, EU Sounding Board, tunawapa wote washiriki zawadi. Wale wote waliojibu tutawapa zawadi. Please come get your presents. Big Mama as well. Na yule mshiriki mwingine, tafadhali njoo. There were only three. Walikuwa watatu. Ni huyu hapa. Asante sana. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I drop the mic and leave the floor to Eben and the judges. It's that time.
Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for the winners? Tupo tayari? Nahisi jamani nani ameshinda hapa? Team Red au Team Yellow? Okay. So without wasting any time, I'm just going to invite the Chief Judge, Dr. Barwani Tupa, who is going to be the winners today. But wanafanya discussion. Okay.
Wanasema usiku wa deni hauchelewi kukucha. Sasa kumekucha. Nani anaweza kumuigiza marehemu King Majuto vile anavyosema kumekucha? Just 1 second.
Okay, so before the winner is announced, I am reminded that one of our key sponsors has something to say. But also before we invite the Charge d'Affaires from the Polish Embassy, I would like to invite our poetry, Halima. Faith, where is she? Faith, Yes. I understand you prepared something for fellow young people, and we thought that would be very significant for you to have this moment before we announce the winner. Tunathamini vijana. Ndio maana dada, shika stage.
Hello. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. My name is Faith. I study at UDism, University of Dar es Salaam. Creative arts, third-year student. I was told to write a poem about the debate. It was a bit hard for me because I've never really touched on this subject, but I'll try. Hope you like it. The title of the poem is My Path. Thank you. First, I had to choose between education and money. And since I was a fool, it's never an easy journey. I had to learn the hard way in school that my life needed rules to tell me what to do, to make my problems a few, and paraphrase the truth as all we had inside was the actual fuel. Like a good, parented, privileged child, knowing no need to bother, I already was blessed with one, so I chose the other. I chose the love of education, and since then, all thoughts have been filed, along with all my manifestations. Over were my days of a silver spoon, clothes of cotton and wool, doors of golden doorknobs, laughs of a privileged mob, but now it was time for a job. Little did I know, and honestly, I was never told. You leave behind home doors the wealth, and you start on your path with nothing but your health. So I sat down, no left or right. All my hopes turned into wrath, seeing which side had more or less fight. See, now I have to choose between domination or submission, to have control, or as they say, to let live. Domination looked empowering, with its guarantees of control, but the road looked tiring, taking a toll on my soul. But now I'm confused. Very, very confused. I mean, do I want the power to walk with my shoulders up high and my head up high, saying I am the boss? Having your own business is more like the world on your shoulder. It's all fun and games until you're the boss and these are your profits and this is your loss. Yes, putting and living a life without warning, that is all good. That is all well. Expanding my efforts far and wide. Expanding my efforts far and wide. Making a future for my child. So when I lose my health, she gains her generational wealth. But like I said, it's all fun and games until you're the boss and these are your profits and this is your loss. So until I have done what is due, I might come home to you. Looking at the other path, very confused whether domination was the right decision, I try to consider it's not my cross. It is not my mess because it's not my business. It's not my cross. It is not my mess because it's not my business. I wait for my paycheck with all the bills up to my neck. My lips shall form praise just to get a raise. My check, my addiction, I'll spend it all on my afflictions. But then again, I'll come back next month for my next fix, not bearing any risks. So I choose to be wise, to earn a little growth for any purpose to arise. At this point, honestly, I choose both. Thank you.
So that was, I think that resonated with a lot of us and everyone else. And the Youth Sounding Board and the Embassy of Sweden would like to present you with a little token of appreciation so you can keep writing. As we said before, the pen is mightier than the sword. So, the honors, and she receives a mug from the EU in reflections to the Youth Sounding Board, but also a diary from the Embassy of Sweden.
It surely required a certain amount of courage to face your debate opponents, and and the audience who not only gathered here in the auditorium of the library of the University of Dar es Salaam, but also followed the debate online. I'm convinced that it also required much work to prepare argumentation and negotiation lines for the debate. I closely followed the debate and I was truly impressed by how you managed to present your arguments in a clear, logical, structured, and coherent way. You used relevant statistical data to support the presented positions. You demonstrated much inquisitiveness. The red one, will it be the yellow one? I'm sure that in addition to all the qualities of catchy and effective speakers that I have already mentioned, and that certainly will lead you to success, the judges took into consideration your cooperation skills that you could present during the competition. The results of this competition will be undoubtedly based on your outstanding communication skills. And let's remember that communication is usually goal-oriented. In fact, most of the time, good communication skills facilitate achieving specific goals, be it in your relations, in groups of friends, in your family, or in your academic or professional life. Therefore, I'm certain that those skills will directly translate into your success, either in your future education or professional careers, and make you more competitive in the job market here in Tanzania or elsewhere in the world. As you know, just in a few moments, the judges, who, by the way, had, I think, a very tough job to do today, will also indicate 3 persons who, in their opinion, deserve the highest distinction and who, while debating, managed to demonstrate their personal voice in the way that was the most confident, charismatic, and as a result, both the most captivating to the audience and appreciated by the judges. Let me now proudly announce that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland and the Embassy of Poland in Dar es Salaam are granting to those 3 top winners of the European Union Youth Debate Contest, whose names we are going to learn just in a few moments, an award that I hope you will not only treat as holidays in Europe, but that you will use them above all to the fullest to your further self-development. We are honored to offer to the 3 top winners a trip to Poland, which will be organized this summer. The cost of the transport and of the stay in Poland will be covered by the Polish side. During the stay in Poland, you will have an opportunity to visit Warsaw, its capital city, and enjoy its incredible architecture, art, culture and cuisine. We will make sure that the program of your stay in Poland is both enjoyable and at the same time carries an educational value, so that you may benefit from this trip in a durable way and share the best possible experience of this European trip with other young Tanzanians. Moreover, I truly hope that you will benefit from the trip to Poland by making new friendships. We do believe that building people-to-people relations and networking usually bring about new opportunities. And as the Embassy of Poland in Dar es Salaam, we will always aim to create as many opportunities as possible for your further growth. Above all, I'm very happy that you will be able to experience Poland's history, including its political, economic, and social transformation over the last decades, especially during our last 20 years of the Polish membership in the European Union. Taking into consideration that during those 2 decades, Poland has benefited immensely as a part of the European Union, today we feel that a part of our mission as an engaged European country should be contributing to building the prosperity of other nations. In Tanzania, we have thus contributed to progress in areas such as health, education, and entrepreneurship, especially through various development projects under the Polish aid. Let me express once more my sincere congratulations to all of you. And please never stop seeking your goals, dreaming and being ambitious, while at the same time respecting the others. Because young people like you are the promise of a better future for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for that inspiring note, and also letting us know that the winners are going to go to Poland. Of course, with no empty pockets. But are the judges allowed to go to Poland with them? If I may ask, I was asked that question. Are the judges karibuni? What about the committee? Sasa nyie mtakaoshinda ongeeni na majaji vizuri, labda mnaweza kwenda na majaji. Tumeelewana? Yeah, without further ado, I would like to invite our chief judge to give us the full rendezvous of what went down, a small recap, their reflections, and the winners. Thank you.
Now I believe we are truly ready for the results, right? But the moment we announce the results, then we become irrelevant as judges, and you will not be listening to us anymore. But right now, it's the moment when we have the full authority of the room, and we are going to use that. We are going to exploit it as much as we can while we still have the power. So while we still have the powers, allow me to invite all the other 4 judges to come up here, and each will take about 15 minutes to give some remarks. Yes, 15 minutes. Mnakasirika nini? Na hakuna mtu kutoka. Mnasikiliza all the speeches. My fellow judges, welcome on stage. It's not going to be 15 minutes each, but each will take about a minute or 2 to say a few things before we announce the winners.
Let me begin by saying that I think this debate today broke a couple of stereotypes for Tanzanians amongst ourselves, because there is a common narrative that Tanzanians cannot speak or cannot speak effectively. So I think what this debate here has done is that it has explored to all of us and revealed to all of us the potential that lies within us to be able to communicate, and not just communicate anyhow, but do it effectively in a way that is at par with other nations. So I think the debaters today demonstrated that, and they more than demonstrated that. I think they inspired a lot of people, especially young people in this room who have never debated before and have never seen debate as an activity that they can do. These people are you, and you are these people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi. A big thankful note kwanza to yourself. I think we have a full house today. We really appreciate the turn up. And also a thank note to the sponsors, and I couldn't agree more with my fellow judge. My name is Ibrahim. I think what we have seen today, it is really something nice, and as youth, it's an important element. But let me just break it down in this form, why I think this exercise was very, very important. I believe everything revolves around conversation, yeah? When you have good conversations, you have good outcomes. And things like debates, they build up these necessary skills for us to have conversations. Because really, deep down, you know, conversation is not really two people talking. It's rather two people thinking. So never, ever underestimate, you know, the power of the skills that we have witnessed today from our contestants. Also, naomba mwapigie makofi kidogo contestants. They handled the topic quite very well. As a judge, I was even confused sometimes in the midst of the discussion. Nikisikiliza upande wanao support entrepreneurship, nasema nabidi niache kazi kesho. Nikisikiliza upande wanao support regular job, nasema nabidi ni update LinkedIn sasa hivi. So it was a really mixed feeling, but they both came out correct. I think one piece of advice from me to you, the real sustainable thing, whether you're doing entrepreneurship or you are doing a regular job, the real sustainable thing is for you to make money while you're happy. I borderline the happiness. That's the most important part. So, and I wish you the very best in your future. May your future be as bright as the logic we've seen today. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Are you guys happy to be here? How about the team? Where is the team red? Okay, where is the team yellow? That's impressive. So my name is Zena Sonde. I'm happy to be here today. I'm super proud of the people that have got an opportunity to participate on this wonderful event. It's very exciting to see young minds, youth are engaging in such dialogue, which are very important to our today's life. And I couldn't be happier more to see a lot of girls taking the step forward. Big up to all the girls who got a chance to participate. I'm one of among the people who support women-led business, and all girls who push towards to achieve a certain goals and purpose in their life. So I'm happy to see a lot of them participated, and for those who didn't make it for the final, hopeful for the next year, you are allowed to apply and participate and to be part of the event. Thank you very much for the EU for being part and parcel of the event. As one of the investees funded by the EU guys, for those who were on the side of business, being entrepreneur is better than being employed, welcome to the bar. Karibuni sana. As an entrepreneur, nawakaribisha. sio safari nyepesi, lakini tunaweza kutengeneza ajira, tunaweza kujiajiri, tunaweza kuwaajiri wenzetu wengine. Coming from university, hauna experience yoyote ile kwenye ajira, wakati mwingine tumeona nafasi za kazi, lakini zinasema you need to have how many years of experience? 3, 5, and my chief judge said, some of them said 10 years. So, as Jacqueline said, we have to think outside the box. It is possible. Thank you very much, and all the best for the winners.
Jamani, vijana hoye. Vijana mna nguvu, kwa hiyo hoye toeni kwa nguvu. Vijana hoye. Mabinti juu. Tena semeni juu zaidi. Mabinti mnaniangusha, mabinti juu. Binafsi nimependa sana ushiriki wa wanawake au mabinti katika hii debate. Siku za nyuma wavulana ndio walikuwa wako mbele. Sasa hivi tuko 50 kwa 50. Kwa hiyo mabinti nawapongeza sana mlioshiriki kwenye debate, lakini pia nikiangalia hapa audience naona wahudhuriaji wengi hapa ni mabinti. Pia hongereni sana. Sasa nikizungumza kama mama yenu, nikizungumza kama mlezi wenu, lakini pia nikizungumza kama mwalimu wenu, ushiriki wa eventi kama hizi ni muhimu sana. Kushiriki kama ulivyokaa hapo au kushiriki kama kudebate ni muhimu. Kwa sababu sasa hivi huyu entrepreneur tunamsema hawezi akakuajiri kama hauna soft skills. Unatakiwa ukauze bidhaa zake. Huwezi kuongea, hutapata kazi. Lakini pia wewe kama entrepreneur sinabidi uonyeshe kwamba upo, unataka visibility. Sasa huwezi kuongea, utakosa wateja. Kwa hiyo build your soft skills, very important. Usikae tu kukimbizana na madaftari unatafuta A. A without a soft skill is nothing in today's world. Lakini pia entrepreneurship bila soft skills hutafika popote. You will be surviving in the market. Kwa hiyo pamoja na kwamba unasoma, jibidiishe kujijengea uwezo wa ziada utakaokupa packaging, the whole package of you. Ukienda kwenye technical uko vizuri, ukija huku nje kwenye soft skills uko vizuri. Wewe you are a complete package and you will be competent. Whether unaajiriwa au unajiajiri, utakuwa competent na chochote utakachokifanya utafanikiwa. Kwa hiyo nawapongeza wote ambao mmefika hapa na kukaa na kusikiliza. Nawapongeza wote ambao mmeshiriki katika hii context, team red, green, yellow na blue. Hongereni sana. Lakini pia ni eventi kama hizi zitakutambulisha kwa wadau. Mwajiri wako yuko hapa, mteja wako yuko hapa, supplier wako, yani all the stakeholders to complete your life and to advance your career, wote wako hapa. Hatuwezi kwa kureference kama hatujakuona kwenye eventi kama hizi. Kwa hiyo nataka niwahamasishe kushiriki as much as possible kwenye hizi events. Hata kama tutakuwa na eventi kama hii mwakani, naomba tushiriki kwa wingi ili tutambulike personal. Kwa sababu mwisho wa siku hatima ya maisha yako iko mikononi mwako. Neno ninalokuachia, miliki hatima yako. Own your future. Asante.
I'm asking them if they want to give me company and they're refusing. So I'm going to be lonely up here, but no problem. Let me join my fellow judges to convey our congratulations to all the debaters. You did an excellent job. You did an excellent job. People who have been following online, they have also been making comments. Some of them were wondering, are they Tanzanians? The same observation that Chief Judge Dominic made, that you have busted that myth that Tanzanian youth cannot effectively communicate, and especially when you communicate in English. I'm saying you because I don't consider myself a youth anymore. And I don't consider myself a youth anymore when I see some of you, you're almost at the age of my son, and the lady who gave the poem here is my niece. Let me say that proudly. It makes me feel old, but it's fine. You have all witnessed what they have done. They have taken us back into history. You remember Maynes talking about 1929. You remember that? And then so many of them talked about the present. And Diana reminded us about 2050, the Tanzania Development Vision. You all remember that, right? So for me, I say they effectively recollected the past in articulating the present and in negotiating the future, which is really, really important. And most of the time, we do not expect that from our youth. We just think maybe they're just so immersed in the present moment, they can't think about the future, and they cannot look back into history to see if there are any lessons that they can draw from there. But they did that, and they did it effectively, and you are all witnesses to that. So congratulations once again. Another important observation that I want to make is the teams that went to the finals, they had to switch sides. The team that was proposing yesterday, today they were opposing, and the other team did vice versa. It is not an easy task. Just in 24 hours or less, actually like 12 hours, for them to rethink their arguments and then come back on stage and speak with passion and conviction as if the views they were expressing to us are the views that they have always believed in all throughout their lives. That is a very important skill and talent that they have demonstrated to us. So congratulations for that as well. I agree with the poet Faith that is, perhaps it's not an either-or question, whether you want to have your own business in order to sustain your income, or you want to have a regular job to sustain your income. We saw the arguments from both sides. There are interdependencies, there are interlinkages between the two, and I think we need both. Do we agree? And even the debaters themselves, today, we could see that there were more moments of convergence. When the issue of risk was brought up, they would say, it's not just an issue on our side, it also applies on the other side. So there were those moments of convergence. And I think that's what is important, that when we get to the point where we have a common understanding and we have tolerance of the different views that we hold. And they have demonstrated that to us very effectively. Should I continue with my speech or should I give you the winners? Speech. Well, those who want me to continue giving a speech have won, so I'll continue. I'm kidding. I'm done with my speech. And now we can go to announcing the winners. And as if you have heard, there are two categories of winners here. There are individual best speakers and the winning team. It's the individual best speakers whose tickets to Poland we, the judges, are holding. So debaters, you can talk to the judges here, come with some envelopes or something if you want to go to Poland. Before I announce, you can change the results. Just to walk up to the judges and then we can do that. So which one should we start with? The individual winners or the team winners? The individual winners. Teams or individuals? You want to hear the teams first? Before the individuals? Why? What do our judges say? Which one should we go first with? Individuals. So we are starting with individuals. And with individuals, I would like to call 10 people, 10 debaters on stage in a random order. But among those 10, 3 are the winners. Mahuvi. Diana. Eric Josephat. Maynes. Priscilla. Kija Faraja. Jacqueline. No boys, only Eric. Only Eric so far. Timoth. Karen. Someone's, the last top 10 gave us a principle yesterday. Do you all remember who it was? Can you shout the name? Twaha. So these are the ones who made it to the top 10, but it is more of like a top 5, not a top 10, because when it came to the scores, so many of you tied up. And you gave us a really, really hard time to decide who the top 3 are. So these are our top 10. Congratulations. Step forward if you truly feel you are in the top 3. The 3 at the back are the winners. All right, so let's build the suspense and keep on the suspense going. May you please go back. We are not going to announce them yet. We will call them back again, and then we'll tell you who the top 3 are. Because now, because the top 3 will get the grand prize of going to Poland, that announcement should come last. So we'll go on to announcing the teams as you wanted. So you won. Clap for yourselves. Now, can we have the 2 teams up on the stage? This was not easy. This was really, really, really hard to know who to come up and decide on the winning team. You know, we use those score sheets and we assign the numerical scores. And the numerical scores at the end, the average score, one team got 79 out of 100. Another team got 81 out of 100. So statistically speaking, that is a tie. So then we had to debate among the judges, trying to convince each other, looking at the substance and looking at style. Some judges would make very convincing arguments on the substance, and then another judge will come in and say, no, even if there was substance there, but what about the style? Was I struggling to hear and understand what they're saying, or was it coming out very clearly? So we debated among the judges, and eventually we decided to vote. And even when it came to voting, there are 5 judges. The winning team that we are going to announce got 3 votes, and the other team got 2 votes. So it was not easy. It was a very close call. But before we announce, we hand over the certificate to the other 10. Or when do we do that? We hand over the certificate to the other 10 first, the semi-finalists. Ni nini nye? Lata papar. Msiwe na papara. Taratibu. No, they're not here. Yeah? 10. Mambo mazuri hayataki haraka. Kwani tuna haraka gani? Au sio? Tutamjua tu mshindi. Wewe msichungulie hapa. Let me cover this. So let us give certificates of participation to the other finalists, because all of the 20 are the finalists. As we have heard, it started with over 400 participants, and then to how many? 56? And then to the top 20. So these are the finalists who participated in the in-person live debate yesterday and today. And they are all going to be recognized for their excellent performance since yesterday. And in terms of the awards, apart from the certificates, the winning team, I don't know which one it is, each one of them, each one of the speakers will get 300 euros. The runner-up, the team, each individual in that team will get 200 euros. And if that one was already communicated to all the participants, and they are going to get that today. To the other, the ones that I'm going to call shortly, the ones who were in the semifinals yesterday, you know that you are not going to get any prize money, but a decision has been reached, given how close and how competitive you all are and how effective as public speakers you all are. The organizers have decided to give you each 50 euros. But you're not going to get it today because there is a process that has to be followed, and then they will reach out to you and you will get it. So I'm going to call the names, and in handing over the certificates, my fellow judges, if you can come up on stage, and you'll be handing over the certificates to the participants. Neema Elfa Siochola. So you can go there to the center. No, up here. So you take it. Priscilla, no, you have to come up here. Yeah, you enter through there and then you'll exit through here. Priscilla Matias Mbwambo. Tatu Sospita Kazimoto. Eric Godfrey Mwanjali. Nicholas Junior Mukanya. Neema Theonest. Mahuvi Kavenuke. Stephen Revocatus Maganga. Elian Eradius Mgarula. And Maynes Daniel Ruta. Congratulations once again, you're all winners. Yes. I don't know. Now I'm actually thinking of what else can we do before we announce. Any ideas? Huh? Okay. Yeah, there is a suggestion that we do an energizer, we stretch. Is that okay? No? Okay. The moment is here now. And as I said, it was a statistical tie, and we had to vote to break the tie. And it's just because we are forced to announce a winner, that is why we are going to announce a winner. But otherwise, we would have said they are all winners. But maybe you should be the judges. Yeah? No? Shout which team won, yellow or red. Okay, thank you, thank you. Thank you. You can all see that it's not easy because I couldn't even tell what you were saying. Yeah, what was that? With 79 points in the second place is team Orange. With the 79 points in the second place is Team Yellow. One certificate is missing. One certificate is missing for the runner-up. Oh. Okay. Okay, now, can I have the certificates back? Give the money. Give the Because if I give all the certificates and one of them from this team won't get a certificate because we'll get another certificate. Remember the top 3 best speakers. So if we give 4, you will know automatically who it is in the top 3. So we're just going to give them their money, but not the certificates for now. So you can go and get your money. Huh? Thank you. I was keeping one envelope to me. They are all getting their money. So each one of you can go to one of the judges and you get one envelope with your money, and that's it. All of you. Congratulations, Team Yellow. So now for the other team, we're also only going to give them their money, but not the certificates for now. We'll give them the certificates later. So obviously we know the winners, the silver-tongued daredevils in public speaking in this EU Youth Debate Contest are Team Red. Congratulations, Team Red. You can walk to the judges and get your envelopes. Each one of you to one judge. Ibra, on that post. So now we want to announce those who have won a trip to Poland. Can we have the top 10 back on stage? Yes. For the last time. I'm just going to disturb them for the one last time. So among these top 10, there are top 3. And the rest, we call them the honorable mentions. Those who almost made it to Poland. But maybe some of them will go back to Muhimbili, some of them will go back to, I don't know, St. Augustine, or wherever they came from. I don't know. And we are going to start with the honorable mentions in no particular order. You will just shake hands with the judges, and then you will go. If you stay, it means you are still there. Eric, congratulations. Jacqueline, congratulations. Priscilla, congratulations. Karen, congratulations. You stay. Twaha, congratulations. Judge Ibra is suggesting that we do this announcement tomorrow. Mahuvi, congratulations. Mayness, congratulations. Okay, we are down to 4. Kija Faraja, congratulations. You stay. You stay. Okay, hold on. So, hold on. Nadhani kwa wale ambao wamesoma Cuba, they have an idea who is staying kidogo. Yeah? Wakati chief judge anawaita watu na kuambia wewe unabaki, anamwambia njoo, alafu anamwambia unabaki. I think you have an idea who is staying. Si ndio? Great. Sasa from that case, nataka ni test your understanding. Mnadhani watu wawili ambao wana hii nafasi wamevaa nguo za rangi gani? Kwa hiyo watu wawili ambao wanabaki wamevaa nguo nyekundu, si ndio? Tunabakisha watu wawili ambao chief judge hajawaita wala hatujui hatima yao, si ndio? Sasa tunataka nyie ndio mchague katika hao wawili wanaobakia ni yupi tunambakisha. Okay. By show of hands, those who vote for Timothy, raise up your hands. Okay, put your hands down. Those who vote for Diana, put up your hands. Diana, congratulations. No, Diana stays. And the Timoth, congratulations. All right, all right. So now, congratulations. All right, now, no pressure now. You all are going to go to Poland, so no pressure. You are all going to Poland.
Attention, attention, attention. Ningeomba tumpigie makofi matatu takatifu Timothy katika washiriki ambao walijikita zaidi kuonyesha uwezo wake katika mdahalo huu. Timothy alikuwa mmoja wapo. Yes. Yes. Na nadhani ameonyesha ufanisi wa chuo chake Muhimbili. I'm sure Muhimbili is very proud of you.
And just to add on, katika washiriki wote wa jinsia ya kiume au wanaume kaka zangu, Timoth alikuwa ni mmoja ambaye ametuimpress. Tulifika kipindi majaji tulikuwa tunagombana hapo ndani. Jamani, jamani. Attention. Attention. Mmemaliza, mmemaliza. Mmemaliza. Podium ni moja. Podium ni moja. Na feedback tunaotoa ni sisi majudge, kwa sababu sisi tunaona what's going on na tunajua Timoth ameshindwa wapi na wenzake. Haimaanishi kwamba wengine hawajaweza, wameweza, lakini Paul amesema vizuri hapa. Na ndio maana akaomba Timoth apigiwe makofi matatu. Kwanza
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Now we move on to announcing who is number 1, number 2, and number 3. We are now going to announce who is number 1, number 2, and number 3. And as we said, among these top 3 as well, their individual scores ranged from 79.8 to 79.2. So there is a 79.8, 79.5, and a 79.2. You can see how close it was even among the top groups. In the third place, in the third place from Team Red is none other than Kija Faraja. So now you're going to get your certificate and a book and your ticket to Poland. In the second place, from Team Color, Purple, from Team Color Blue, Diana. And the best overall individual debater is no one else but Karen James Nika. Hongereni sana tena sana. You did it. You deserve it. You are the best debaters. I am so glad I was born many years ago and I debated some other people my age back then and not to face this. Thank you very much and congratulations once again. You truly deserve it. So now we are going to hand out the remaining certificates to the other participants who made it to the finals. And these are the certificates for you being in the winning team. So let's take pictures with the judges and the winners, and then yes, please. Thank you. Velius Julius Kanyamuka. Congratulations. Dinales Mdolo. Jacqueline Godfrey Malavanu, and Itwaha Salum Mruma. And certificates to the best team: Karen James Ndika, Kijafaraja Ibrahim Maduhu, Timoth Jeremiah Mbaga, Mary Kibira, and Eric Josephat Kaja. You can take pictures as a group, and then you can go back to your seats. Thank you. Kazi mliotutuma sisi tumemaliza. Tunawashukuruni sana. Thank you very much.
After the okay. Zoezi bado halijaisha. Mnataka zawadi? Mnataka zawadi? So, just a recap of what's happened here. As you all know, the winners are going to go to Poland during the summer under the support of the Polish government through their embassy here in Dar es Salaam. It's more of a cultural, touristic, educative learning exchange, and they will spend some time in Poland during the summer, which is the warm season, and they will experience the Polish culture and interact with different individuals in Poland. We're grateful to the Polish government, to the embassy, for the support of the EU debate contest, but also grateful to other stakeholders and partners like the Chanzo, the TCRO, and the Sounding Board for their commitment. We recognize the commitment of the committee and the judges who have facilitated the finalizing and the great organization of this debate. And we hope to see you next year with another hot and great and more presentful debate. But before I end our event today, I would like to thank you all for being here physically, students, teachers, stakeholders, representatives from institutions, and all stakeholders that have supported the EU Youth Debate 2025. But also I would like to recognize the presence of our online viewers through our media partner, the Chanzo. Asanteni sana kwa wote mliokuwa nasi kupitia mtandao, mkiangalia live mdahalo huu kwa siku hizi mbili, mmekuwa nasi mkifuatilia kile kinachoendelea hapa kwenye stage. Natumai mmeweza kujifunza mali matatu, lakini pia tumeona comments zenu mtandaoni. Kwa hiyo asanteni sana, na tuendelee kufuatilia kurasa mbalimbali za wadau wetu kama EU in Tanzania kupitia X, Instagram na Facebook, lakini pia the Chanzo kupitia X na Instagram na media na mitandao mingine mbalimbali. Lakini pia kwa vijana mlioko hapa, mnaweza kufuatilia fursa mbalimbali zinazotolewa na Umoja wa Ulaya kama mdau wa maendeleo hapa nchini Tanzania kupitia kurasa zao za mitandao. So unaweza kwenda kwenye X ukaangalia EU in Tanzania, na vile vile Instagram kufuatilia EU in Tanzania. Kuna fursa mbalimbali za vijana kama scholarship za Erasmus na mambo mengine mbalimbali. Lakini pia siku hizi mbili zilizopita kumekuwa na fursa zilizotolewa na balozi mbalimbali, fursa za masomo kwa wanafunzi Mdau wetu kama ubalozi wa Sweden ana fursa za masomo, unaweza kuangalia kupitia kurasa zao. Kuna scholarship kupitia Aalto University, lakini pia Finland wametangaza hivi kati kwamba kuna fursa za masomo kwenye nchi zao. Kwa hiyo wale wenye interest za scholarship, tafadhalini jiongeeni na tumieni mitandao ya kijamii vizuri ili kuangalia fursa mbalimbali zilizopo mitandaoni na kuangalia ni jinsi gani mnaweza kukamatia hizi fursa. Bila wasaa, ningependa pia kumuita balozi wa Poland, mwakilishi kupitia ubalozi wa Poland, kupata picha na kamati ya maandalizi ambayo imewezesha hivi vyote mnavyoviona hapa leo kufikia hatimu au tamati. Kwa hivyo, I would like to call upon Katarina from the Polish Embassy. We need a few more photos with the organizing committee and some of our sponsors today, such as TCRO, the Chanzo, and the EU Youth Sounding Board. But for the students, pia tutakuwa na picha ya pamoja mwishoni ambayo photographers na ushers watatuelekeza, na tunawashukuru sana kwa kuwa hapa na sisi leo. Pongezi kwa Chuo Kikuu cha Dar es Salaam kwa kuibuka kidedea kupitia mshindi wao. Ndio? Chuo Kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Makofi kwenu tafadhali. Mmekuwa mwenyeji wetu lakini pia mmeweza kuibuka kidedea. Yaani mkitoka hapa kueni vifua mbele, si ndio? Kombe mnalo, si ndio? Mshiriki mnaye, si ndio? So without further ado, please, Ambassador would like to have a few moments of photos with you, but also the judges would like to have photos with you with the committee. Thank you for your outstanding work. We understand it wasn't easy, but you made it, and we hope to see you guys next year. Asanteni sana. Msisahau kufuatilia kurasa zetu za mitandao ya kijamii kuona ni fursa gani zinazoendelea. I would like to call upon the organizing committee and our sponsors. So the Chanzo, Polish Embassy, EU, and the Youth Sounding Board, tafadhalini on stage. Without you guys, this would have not been possible. Hallelujah. All of them, everyone. Hawa ni baadhi ya waliowezesha mdahalo huu kufanikiwa. Ningeomba tuwapigie makofi. These are some of the individuals that made possible the debate that we see today. The EU, the Chanzo Media, the EU Sounding Board, the Polish Embassy, and other partners who could have not been here today but facilitated the possibility of this event. Kwa hiyo tunawashukuru sana. Ningeomba tuwapigie makofi jamani. Investment iliyofanyika hapa sio rahisi, si ndio? Investment iliyofanyika hapa sio rahisi. Kwa hiyo ningeomba tuwapigie makofi. Of course nakuja mimi mwenyewe. But these are some of the individuals that made this day possible, and we hope that next year you will make this possible again. Si ndio? Ningependa tuwaombe kwamba mwakani tukutane tena hapa mdahalo huu, lakini zawadi ziongezeke, si ndio? Tupate washindi zaidi, si ndio? Yes. So thank you committee, including me of course, but we would like to have this next year. Polish Embassy, this is an urge and a request. So the students who are present here from Alpha, we understand that you need to have a photo with the ambassador, so please stay. Students from Alpha. Na baada ya students of Alpha wakipata picha.
Sorry, I just want to make a small announcement, and I hope it's going to inspire others. So in November last year, there was another debate, a youth debate competition. And this one was a regional competition, including contestants from Tanzania, Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And I happened to be one of the judges and announcing the winners. And in that debate, the best overall speaker came from Tanzania. And she's here, Kapwani Kavenuke. So you have another champion right here in the room. For more inspiration, talk to her, learn from each other, and then get on the competitions as well. Thank you.
Alpha, please, on stage. Lakini wakati huo wawakilishi wa serikali za wanafunzi wa vyuo mbalimbali mtakuja baada ya hawa. Kama wewe ni kiongozi unawakilisha chuo chako, tafadhali. Viongozi wa serikali za wanafunzi, kama unawakilisha chuo fulani, tafadhali sogea mbele na wewe. Thank you. Thank you, Alpha. Up next, student representatives from different universities, please on stage. Student representatives from various universities. Sio UDSM peke yake, vyuo tofauti tofauti. Kama wewe unatokea chuo tofauti, serikali za wanafunzi kutokea vyuo mbalimbali nchini Tanzania, tunaomba on stage. Wawakilishi wa serikali za wanafunzi kutoka vyuo mbalimbali. Tunaweza kufanya magroup mawili, si ndio? Ili kupata picha sahihi. Tunaweza